generating 500% more renewable energy than it needs to meet current grid demand, becoming a renewable energy exporter and helping other countries reduce their emissions.
As the world transitions to renewable energy, one Australian state is attracting global investment with its innovative use of battery technology. In 15 years, South Australia has changed its energy mix from being predominantly coal and gas to over 60% renewables. With high volumes of renewable energy flowing into the grid, South Australia is pioneering large-scale battery technologies to balance demand, increase grid stability, and empower consumers. The state's journey began with building and then expanding the world's largest battery, the Hornsdale Power Reserve, which demonstrates on a daily basis the role batteries can play in replacing the stability once provided by coal-fired power stations. Its success paved the way for 3 grid-scale batteries to enter the market, with a 5th on the way at Torrens Island. South Australia also leads the nation in the uptake of home batteries, driven largely by state government subsidies, and is home to the world's largest virtual power plant by Tesla. This network of home batteries all work together as a single power source, powering thousands of homes while supporting the grid locally and even nationally. With a pipeline of more than 40 renewable energy projects, South Australia has become a testbed for battery storage innovation and one of the most distributed modern energy grids in the world.
There's a clear case for taking action to address the challenges of climate change and seize the opportunities it presents. South Australia is taking action to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and has committed to a 50% reduction by 2030. South Australia has already transitioned its energy system to more than 60% renewable generation and is on track to reach its target of net 100% renewables by 2030 and could generate 500% of current grid demand in renewable energy in 2050. Major industries such as mining, agriculture, and the state's water supply are taking steps to decarbonise. The state government is accelerating the transition to electric vehicles, harnessing renewable energy and rewarding consumers for using their car to support the electricity grid. Businesses are being supported to embrace the circular economy and cut emissions in energy, waste, and livestock management. South Australia is reducing emissions through carbon farming, blue carbon, and carbon capture, use and storage projects. The scale of change will require transformation across all sectors, but South Australia shows that subnational jurisdictions are well placed to respond to the challenges.
Traditionally known for its pristine beaches and premium wine, South Australia is making international headlines, having transitioned its energy system from 1% to more than 60% renewable energy in just 15 years. Home to 22 wind farms, 3 utility-scale solar farms, 4 grid-scale batteries, and more than 10 virtual power plants, South Australia is setting global records with the share of renewable energy that it generates. Government programs have led to 1 in 3 households having rooftop solar and the highest uptake of home battery systems in Australia. Simultaneously, the state has been the first to face and solve the challenges countries are experiencing as they transition to high volumes of renewable energy. By doubling its interconnection with other states and a pipeline of more than 40 renewable energy projects in development, South Australia is on track to meet its net 100% renewable energy target by 2030. By 2050, South Australia plans to be generating 500% more renewable energy than it needs to meet current grid demand, becoming a renewable energy exporter and helping other countries reduce their emissions.
As the world transitions to renewable energy, one Australian state is attracting global investment with its innovative use of battery technology. In 15 years, South Australia has changed its energy mix from being predominantly coal and gas
Good morning,
to over
everybody.
60% renewable.
Good morning.
With high volumes of
Could
renewable
I
energy flowing
please
into the grid,
ask,
South Australia is pioneering large-scale battery technologies to balance demand, increase grid stability and empower consumers. The state's journey began with building and then expanding the world's largest...
Good morning, everybody. I've just had someone say to me, if we don't start, they'll chat forever. And that's a great sign of the value of those of us who've been able to do so, coming here in person to get together and do all the formal things, but also have those important conversations around the formal proceedings, which can be so productive. And I know actually that that's already started this morning, because our co-chairs have had a steering group meeting, so they've been working really hard on our behalf, and I know you'd want me to thank them. So watch this space, because I'm sure they've got ideas. I'm Joan McNaughton. I'd like to welcome all the governors, premiers, ministers, and I think I must welcome the host country First Minister, Ms Sturgeon, to this marvellous city in this lovely country of Scotland. I'm honoured to be chairing the climate group, and I'm particularly honoured to be chairing this General Assembly. We've seen the coalition become even bigger, bolder and stronger this year. And we're very, very proud to be the Secretariat in the Climate Group, and we're determined to do all we can to support your continued leadership on these matters. It's important that we celebrate this leadership at the COP. Everyone in this room gets it. You understand the urgency of moving from negotiations to delivery. And this is a vital decade when we must act if we're to keep alive the prospect of hitting our 1.5 degree or net zero target, and invest in a clean and prosperous and just future for the planet. But for all the progress that you have all been making, and as a group, I think states and regions have the power to act and influence more widely the transition we need to make now and by 2030. And we must deepen and accelerate that, and we have the power of the collaboration and the collective support of all members of the coalition to do that. And so today at the General Assembly, we'd like to put in a bit more reinforcement for all the near-term actions and decisions that we must deliver. And frankly, we'll show the others, the COP parties and others, how to do it. We've got the right people in this room to meet that challenge. I want to thank all of the 50 Under2 states, regions and provinces who've sent representatives here today, more than 30 governors, ministers and premiers, and those who are joining us virtually, especially our colleagues from the Australian states and territories. And I would like to welcome two observer governments, that's Luxembourg and the United Kingdom, who are official endorsers of the Under2 coalition, as well as other observers from regions, states and provinces who are considering joining, and I hope they'll take the plunge because it's lovely here. I thank all of you and all of our other stakeholders and partners and supporters for joining us today. So with that, I'd like to hand over to the Director of the Under2 Coalition Secretariat at the Climate Group, Tim Ash V, whom many, probably all of you, know well. Tim's going to give us an update on what the Coalition has been doing in the last 12 months as part of the Secretariat update for this morning. So good luck for our hard work today.
Thank you so much, Joan. Thanks for those welcome remarks. Thank you all for being here today. Many of you come from a very long way away. I know a lot of you have come from difficult home situations. And it's just wonderful to be back in this room again together. It's been over 2 years since we've been able to come together as a coalition in almost any form, and certainly in the General Assembly form. And it's that I'm really celebrating this moment that we've got today. We've talked a lot in various kind of forums where we've been meeting yesterday, today, and through the whole of COP around how the Under2 Coalition has been galvanizing state and regional action on climate change for 6 years now. The importance of our work is no less significant now than when the coalition was set up on the eve of Paris in 2015. It seems extraordinary to me that the whole non-state actor movement barely existed prior to 2015, and we know very well what we have in this room in terms of the potency and the ability to act. We have representatives here from our national endorsers, many of whom have signed the High Ambition Coalition COP26 leader statement. And this COP, more than anything else, I think, is about signalling ever greater ambition. One of the key things that we talk about for the coalition in terms of the ambition piece is around the growth of Under2. Earlier this year, we hit a milestone, and the Under2 coalition is now representing over 260 governments worldwide, nearly 2 billion people, half of the global economy. This is a group of governments that really matter and need to be heard and need to work together really intensively in order to be able to accelerate climate action. Thank you to all our members for your work to support our work together. One of the things that we really emphasized in the steering group earlier on is that we really need this coalition to be focused on implementation. Subnational governments, state, regional, devolved governments are very often the most critical level of government implementation, and that has to be our kind of key motivation. But in becoming bigger, we've also accepted in some great new members. You can see from the list there, they're from all over the world. We have new members in Brazil. We have several new members that are coming in from Brazil as well, from around the UK, where we've used the presidency to be able to bring in new members as well. We continue to grow, particularly in Latin America, and it's been great to see almost all of the states in Australia now signed up to joining the Under2 coalition. We're just coming for Western Australia, but they know that we are. So that's where we are at the moment, and we will continue to grow. Growth is one thing, doing more is another. And so therefore the new MOU that we have agreed in the course of the last year is absolutely critical to the further development. The signals that we gave out are Under2 when we were set up in Paris in 2015 on the eve of COP21 match the science. The science has evolved, the urgency has become greater, and that alignment around net zero by 2050 as a coalition, as soon as possible individually, is an absolutely critical piece for us going forward. And I would ask you all to work with the team to understand the changes that have been made and why they've been made to the MOU, and to signal your endorsement through whatever executive or legislative processes that you need to go through in order to ratify that. One of the things that we need to do, though, is not just to do the work our global ambassador, Mr. Interstellar, told us not just enough to do the good work, we also need to tell people about what we're doing. And so communications has been a really important part of the work. Had over 450 items of global media coverage so far in 2021, and I wouldn't be surprised if we double that in the next fortnight. That actually was a number up until the end of October, so prior to COP. And you can see how exponential that growth is. So we are getting better known. This is an important community, but we need to be better known yet. We need to be better known for our ambition and for our size and for our scale. So thank you very much for those of you who have supported us on our communications and outreach, particularly our co-chairs and our steering group. Talking about the co-chairs, I don't think, I said this isn't flannel that I was coming out with in the steering group. In the 4 years that I've been doing this, we have never had such a strong and determined group of co-chairs who, within their regions and then globally together, have provided the strength of leadership for the transformation that we want to go through. And I'd particularly like to welcome Governor Yang, who is here, First Minister Sturgeon. Premier Zikalala was unable to travel following elections in South Africa, and similarly that was the case for the Governor of Querétaro. And Gavin Newsom was here earlier in the COP and is represented by Darragh Bloomfeld today. So thank you for your work and leadership on our behalf as well. We've been so busy over the course of the last 2 years, and I'm not going to try and list out each and every project that we've been involved in, but we've been working on zero emission vehicles and the transformation of that, and got really interesting conversations going on around how do you mobilize serious investment into the electrification and green hydrogen technologies that we need to transform our transport systems, and talking to asset owners and investors about the size and scale of work that we can do. And we've got some pilot projects that we're working on with California and with Quebec, Scotland and Washington State around the potential to really show some of the largest asset owners around the world, the types of sovereign wealth funds, what can be done at the subnational level. And I call that out. I also call out our work with emerging economies. One of the great things that we did in 2017 was to set up the Future Fund. This is the mechanism by which resources are provided by our members typically in developed countries to support the participation from the Global South in the COP processes, but also again to deliver tangible projects on around capacity building. And I see Secretary Trani from Sao Paulo State, we've done some great work with Sao Paulo around that, which led the way in for further work to go deeper. One of the other things I would also call out is around methane. I think short-lived climate pollutants has been one of the breakout topics. People have suddenly realized this stuff really matters. And fast action on short-lived climate pollutants, I would suggest, is one of the quickest payoffs in terms of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions within your jurisdiction. And I see that as a really crucial kind of area of work, along with our work on transparency. People will have seen the Secretary General of the UN was talking about setting up a new piece of work around the aggregation and transparency of net zero target by by non-state actors. We are working with his team in order to be able to understand what that is, to make sure that the interests of states and regions and of the Under2 coalition are represented, and to share the work that we've done with ICI and will continue to do in the coming months as we develop new work about new technologies, data-driven artificial intelligence that really will accelerate our ability to provide lifetime climate data and tracking. And I think that's a really important development that I would ask you to look out for in the coming year. So what's next? While so much of our work in the climate community has been focused on making COP26 a success, it's important we look ahead, keep the momentum going throughout the crucial decade of climate action. And I would just highlight three things just to take away today. We've got some work going on at lunchtime. Governor Inslee will be convening a group around launching a further Faster Together project around a set of 2030 commitments that we'll be doing with the US Climate Alliance and C40 to show that subnational governments are on the front line of implementation and serious about taking transformative, far-reaching climate action towards 2030. We've been doing work with the Scottish Government and with Bloomberg Philanthropies. I think something like 80 governments are already involved in this work around how do we actually embark on this net zero transformation. Very practical work, and that work will continue into 2022. We've been hearing from New South Wales around a net zero policy forum that they'll be supporting. And I see a bucket of work, a program of work around how do we get serious about the transformation that we need to achieve by 2030 if we're going to get to 2050 and be at net zero. Of course, COP27, we will be in Egypt. It will be an African COP. So working with colleagues from KwaZulu-Natal to build the membership in Africa and look at the issues, particularly around energy access, modern transportation systems that are absolutely critical when looking at climate issues within the African context. So I've got a couple more slides really, but I want to, because we're a few minutes late starting through, I actually want to just hop through those, if you don't mind, from the AV side, and bring my presentation to an end. I'd like to say thank you very much for coming today and being on this journey with us. It's wonderful to look back on the achievements. It's anxiety building, worrying about what we've still got to do. We can't stop for a second. The urgency, we are in a climate emergency and we need to act like we are. And I look to people in that room to model that and to demonstrate that level of urgency, because we know that states and regions are a driving force for climate action around the world. There is more to be done. So let's make sure that we do move further, faster and together. So thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Tim. And to drive us forward on those actions that we need to take to halve emissions by the end of the decade in a just and equitable way, we're delighted to be joined with two of the Under2 coalition co-chairs for this session. The co-chairs really are setting the tone. They're identifying how much more we need to do and how we should do it, how we should move from our rhetoric to reality while keeping this just transition at the centre of these decisions. And we couldn't be luckier than to have Governor Yang from South Korea and First Minister Sturgeon from Scotland. And I'd like to hand over for the chairing of this session to Jared Blumenfeld, Secretary of the California Environmental Protection Agency, and who's representing the California North American co-chair, Governor Newsom. So Secretary Blumenfeld, over to you.
Thank you and good morning. And thanks to everyone in the audience for coming. Got a lot of energy, really two amazing leaders that we're going to hear from today. When we think about the climate emergency in California, we have had wildfires that last year cost the state $2.5 billion. We've had the most significant drought in the West in the last 1,000 years. And last week we had an atmospheric river and cyclone bomb that hit the state and brought more rainfall than we had in the entire year before. So we are spending literally billions of dollars that we could be spending and thought we'd be spending on mitigation, really to clean up the mess of extreme weather. And it really shows the need for this coalition, which is the cost of doing nothing is incredibly high. So we have to take action, and the two speakers today really want to just articulate again the Right Honourable Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland and the European co-chair of the Under2 coalition, and Governor Yang Sung-jo, the governor of Chungnam-do, the Asian Pacific co-chair of the Under2 coalition. Couldn't have stronger, more thoughtful and articulate people to hear from today on this incredibly important issue of just transition. Last week, or maybe the week before, Governor Newsom announced that we would have a setback of 3,200 feet from any sensitive receptor for oil and gas extraction. As you may know, in California and much of the United States, there's a lot of oil and gas production next to disadvantaged communities, and we basically said that all new wells have to be further than 1 kilometer away in the future, which probably is the boldest setback rule. And we're going to hear today from two leaders that are kind of thinking about how to do this in a thoughtful way. So first question to Governor Yang Sung-jo. The region that he is the governor over has the highest proportion of coal generation in South Korea. And so to Governor Yang, he'll address the audience through an interpreter, which we appreciate. And so if you can put on your headphones, I think that would be beneficial. So as you're doing that, I'm going to tee up the question that he can hear, which is, Governor Yang, what's your message to the states and regions of the Under2 coalition as we move towards becoming a net zero coalition in the context of just transition?
예, 양 지사님, 그 화석 발전 생산이 많은 지역에서 그 수장을 하고 계신데요. 이 탄소 발전이 많이 이루어진 이 지역에서 어떻게 탄소 제로의 목표 설립을 이룰 수 있게 노력을 하고 계신지 경험담을 좀 공유해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
And before you answer, apologies, I was completely wrong. You don't need your headphones because we have a live translator. They're going to do it into the mic. So I apologize. It's good to know that the Under2 coalition is prepared for any eventuality, but my talking points are not.
예, 제가 지금 조금 실수를 해서 이렇게 영어로 말씀하실 수 있는 그 포인트에서 지금 다들 리시버를 끼라고 했는데요. 우선 통역이 있으니까 그 리시버 없이 진행해도 무방할 것 같습니다. 이 불찰을 용서해 주시기 바랍니다.
예, 존경하는 내국민 여러분, 예, 대단히 반갑습니다. 대한민국 충청남도 도지사 양승조입니다. 먼저 2020년 언더2 연합총회 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 전 세계적인 정부 간의 공조를 통해 기후위기 대응을 보다 강화하는 뜻깊은 자리에 함께해서 대단히 기쁘게 생각합니다.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. And I am Seung-jo Young, Governor of Chungcheongnam-do Province of the Republic of Korea. I'm very grateful being able to express my deepest respect to the climate group for its global leadership. And here come like to congratulate a very successful hosting of the Under2 Coalition General Assembly 2021.
오늘 총회는 국가와 지방정부가 축적한 지식과 직접적인 경험을 공유하여 지구온도 상승 1.5도 이하로 유지하고 국제사회가 제 역할을 할 수 있도록 하는데 큰 의미가 있다고 생각합니다.
Timing couldn't be more perfect as this gathering marks the significance of our collective efforts, intergovernmental and interregional, in a response to the climate emergencies. Hereby, we gather today to make the voices of global climate leaders heard by more and to proclaim our renewed commitment.
예, 충청남도는 지난 2018년 대한민국 지방정부 최초로 언더2 연합에 가입했습니다. 또한 언더2 연합이 설립된 이래 주 공석이었던 아태지역 공동의장을 처음 맡게 되었고, 금년 9월에는 탈석탄, 탄소연료 국제 컨퍼런스에 연계하여 언더2 연합 아시아 태평양 지역 포럼을 최초로 개최한 바가 있습니다.
To keep up the global temperatures rises under 1.5 Celsius degrees, the international community is calling for global leadership for decisive climate action. In line with this global mega movement, Chungcheongnam-do Province joined the Under2 coalition back in 2018, the first signatory in the Republic of Korea. In the year of 2020, Chungnam has taken the Asian Pacific co-chair, which remained vacant since the launch of the U2C in 2015.
지난 언더2 연합 아태 지역 포럼의 메시지는 매우 명확했습니다. 탄소 중립을 향한 경주라는 주제를 통해 기후변화의 영향을 완화하고 정의로운 전환이 이루어질 수 있도록 기후행동 실천의 중요성을 강조했습니다. 언더2 연합은 기후변화를 늦추고 국가와 지방적인 협력을 도모하여 지속 가능한 미래를 마련하는 최적의 국제기구입니다.
This year in September, Chungcheongnam-do hosted the Under2 Asia Pacific Regional Forum on the sidelines of its annual international conference on coal phase-out and carbon neutrality. At the forum and conference, our message was very clear throughout. All the discussions called for race to zero, urging all stakeholders to mitigate the climate impacts and achieve just transition for responsive climate action. In this journey together, we have the Under2 coalition as our best partner and reliable partner with all the competencies we need to rely on. This climate platform helps all of us close cooperate to mitigate climate impact and encourage each other to cooperate to bring in a sustainable future.
언더2 연합이 최근 발표된 IPCC 보고서와 탄소 중립 과학적 근거를 기반으로 글로벌 기후 리더십 양해각서 체계를 추진하고 효과적인 기후행동 실천을 도모하기 위해 COP26에서 언더2 2030 리더 행동을 기획하는 등 우리 목소리를 전 세계에 지속적으로 높여 나가고 있습니다.
To be as good as and have the qualities that member states and regions expect, the Under2 has never wasted any time to push forward renewing its global climate leadership MOUs. In conjunction with the newly released IPCC reports based on scientific data backing up carbon neutrality, more than ever, there is a growing consensus that going green has become inevitable to survive. For collective climate action, we are here today to make our voices resonate significantly louder for getting more responsible with applicable climate action by 2030 in association with the COP26.
COP26에서 논의되는 의제 역시 이에 당사자들 모두가 지속 가능하고 정의로운 미래를 만들 수 있도록 국가와 지방정부, 기업단체의 협력을 보장하고 긴급히 추진되어야 할 단계별 조치사항을 이행하도록 실천적 분위기를 조성하고 있습니다.
COP26 is a crucial opportunity for all the stakeholders to achieve a pivotal, transformational change in climate just transition and sustainable future. We bring together states and regional governments from abroad and around the world, as well as businesses and related organizations, so that they can benefit from global profiling and knowledge sharing for timely implementation of climate action and race to zero.
앞으로 우리는 과감한 조치를 통해 2030년까지 배출량을 2010년 수준 대비 절반으로 줄이는 것은 물론 2050년까지 탄소 중립에 도달할 수 있도록 최선의 노력을 다할 것입니다. 탄소 중립에 최선을 다하고 있는 언더2 연합과 지역 공동의장님들, 회원국가 지방정부에 응원과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
As a governor of Chungcheongnam-do, I will promise that we will take and adopt drastic and innovative measures to cut the GHG emissions by almost half compared with the 2018 levels by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. With all like-minded leadership, our carbon emission reduction target is an ambitious but achievable goal. I believe. The Under2 coalition chairs and member states and regions have renewed their climate commitment that the country will go carbon neutral by timescales this time. I am offering my support for these transcending climate dedications.
더 많은 국가와 지방정부가 언더2 연합과 협력하여 의미 있는 기후활동이 펼쳐지기를 희망하며 충청남도는 아태 지역의 실천적 탄소 중립 확산을 위해 적극적인 협력과 지원을 아끼지 않을 것입니다. 감사합니다.
I anticipate that more state and subnational governments will diversify their line of initiatives in close collaboration with the Under2 coalition for more defined climate action commitment. With the wind at the backs, Chungcheongnam-do, the Asia Pacific co-chair, will spare no effort to deliver progress on climate action and race to zero. A salute for your inspiring leadership, and thank you, and keep well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor Yang. So as you can see on the big screen, the title is From Rhetoric to Reality. Can't imagine how busy, if you are all hosting COP26, would you have time to come to this event? Well, we're incredibly lucky to have the First Minister here. She has been absolutely gracious. I want to start by a round of applause, just thanking Scotland for hosting COP26. And none of that would have happened without Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon. And she, in addition to all the other responsibilities, is the European co-chair of the coalition. Nicola, the same question for you, but really thinking about kind of two things. One, how are you preparing Scotland for net zero and the halving goal by 2030? And then secondly, how does that kind of coalesce around your vision for where this coalition, the Under2 coalition, should go in the coming year?
Thank you, Jared. And let me begin by welcoming again all of the governors, premiers, ministers, supporting officials that are joining us here today to Glasgow and to Scotland. It is a particular privilege to be sharing this platform with Governor Yang and to have this opportunity to share our perspectives and to rededicate ourselves to the challenge that lies ahead of all of us in tackling the climate emergency. Many of the regions represented in this coalition have been experiencing the impact of climate change and suffering the loss and damage that it is doing for some considerable time already. But there is no part of the world now that is not feeling the impacts of climate change, and that is a powerful reminder that we are living in a climate emergency, and therefore our response must reflect the scale of the emergency. Jared is correct. The cost of doing nothing, not just in financial terms, but crucially in human terms, is a cost that none of us should be willing to pay. And therefore, we must, all of us, increase our level of ambition. And I think in doing that, it is important for this coalition to recognise how far we've come, because that helps to motivate us as we look ahead to what we must achieve in this decade, this decisive decade for the future of humanity. We've heard the statistics already today, and it is worth briefly underlining those. What started 6 years ago as a memorandum of understanding between 11 subnational governments has now grown to a coalition of 260 members representing around 2 billion people and 50% of the global economy. That is significant clout and influence that our responsibility now is to use to the maximum effect. There are also a number of practical achievements that the coalition has to its name, helping each other measure greenhouse gas emissions, prepare mitigation plans and track progress. We have exchanged ideas on policy solutions, tackling methane emissions, decarbonising industry, transitioning to ultra-low emission vehicles. The Net Zero Futures Initiative, launched earlier this year, has already proved to be a really valuable learning space. Almost 80 states and regions from all over the world have in some way made use of that. And the Future Fund, of course, has helped governments from developing regions plan emissions reductions and take part in international forums, including, of course, this COP26. So there is much progress there that should give us confidence about the future path of the coalition. And there's no doubt the next few years are crucial to the future of this planet. So we need to think individually and collectively what more we must do. Further, Faster Together document is a good example, setting out more than 30 policies that are being taken forward by coalition members, ranging from waste reduction to decarbonising industry to promoting climate justice. Not all of these actions are being pursued by all of us. That is the point, because one of the values of this coalition is how it enables us to challenge each other and challenge ourselves to do more. Our new Memorandum of Understanding is also crucial. It commits all signatories to reach net zero emissions by 2050 at the latest, and sooner than that, if it is possible. And let me here talk a little bit about Scotland's ambition and what we are seeking to do to fulfil that ambition. We have set a net zero target of 2045 because as a developed country, we think we can accelerate progress to play a bigger role in helping the world get to net zero. But even more crucially, we have set ourselves a 2030 target of reducing emissions by 75%. We think that is the contribution we should make to that global objective of halving emissions by 2030. To do that, we are facing up to the difficult issues that confront us. Having virtually decarbonised our electricity supply, we are now looking to drive forward progress in decarbonising how we heat homes and buildings, how we decarbonise our transport system, and crucially, as an oil and gas producing country, how we accelerate that transition away from fossil fuels to renewable and low carbon sources of energy. So Scotland is seeking to lead by example, and this coalition is leading by example in raising that ambition, which is encapsulated in the Memorandum of Understanding. So to conclude and to look ahead, if we are to build on our progress, there are several changes that I think as a coalition we need to consider. Firstly, perhaps we need to reflect on how we incorporate and reflect our increased scale of ambition in our brand as an organisation, and consider how we maximise our role going forward. We have, as we have been hearing today, increased the scale of our ambition. We need now a laser-sharp focus on implementation so that our voice is one that is rooted in delivery and in credibility that flows from the actions and delivery that all of us are following in our own jurisdictions, and then to use that credibility to maximise our influence on the member states that we are part of and on the international negotiations that take place not just at COPs, but in the other international forums that happen between COPs. We need to develop mechanisms that improve our accountability as we strive to meet the targets we have set. And of course, we need to ensure that this organisation has the resources, the capacity and the capability to support all of us as we strive to meet these objectives. I think there is so much potential in this room right now to make the Under2 coalition one of the most powerful and influential organisations in the whole climate change space as we focus on what we particularly bring to driving the world forward towards net zero. So I look forward to working with all of you over these decisive few years that lie ahead as we build on the substantial progress that we have made and use the credibility that gives us to drive the world forward now to net zero and to making sure that we fulfil the aims of the Paris Agreement by limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for those inspiring words, First Minister Sturgeon. And really, if you think about it, we really have the potential to change the world. Just we have Governor Ige from Hawaii here, my Governor Newsom. Yesterday, we got an infrastructure package of $1.2 trillion that wouldn't have happened but for the pressure from subnationals, wouldn't have happened but for the context of having COP here in Scotland. So by pushing, raising our ambition and focusing on implementation, we can do great things together. And I'm excited to be part of that discussion. Once again, let's have a round of thanks to Governor Yang and First Minister Sturgeon for taking the time to address the General Assembly. And I will turn it back to Joan McNaughton from the Climate Group for the rest of the morning plenary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jared. And that's such a great kick-off to the rest of the discussion on implementation. I think we're now going to move to a session on our net zero futures. For that, we're going to look to Mr. Michael Matheson, who's the Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero Energy and Transport in the Scottish Government. And what a great thing that has been to bring together those very, very big components of the delivery of the low carbon transition into one portfolio. It's great that with those responsibilities, he's made the time to be here. And Secretary Matheson.
Thank you very much, Joan. Good morning, everyone. And I hope that your time in Glasgow is proving productive. And I'm keen to say a few words around the journey towards net zero and the important role that the Net Zero Futures Forum has played. I am very conscious that, and I'm sure many in this room are, that the journey to becoming a net zero nation, region, or city can often feel like a lonely road that you are following with the objective of trying to ensure that you achieve net zero, but to do so in a time frame which is challenging in order to meet our climate change ambitions. And as we go into this decade, it's critical that we have a renewed focus on delivery and the policy frameworks which will deliver on achieving net zero. That's why we supported the creation of the Net Zero Futures through our role as co-chair of the European element of the Under2 coalition. Its specific focus is to create a space for partners within the Under2 coalition to be able to foster peer learning, to share experience and knowledge, and also to help to learn from good practice which is being demonstrated on a global scale, all with the objective of helping to support us in achieving our net zero targets and to develop a pathway that will support us in achieving that. As you heard earlier on from the First Minister, we are now at the point where some 80 different governments have now signed up to the Net Zero Futures, and I've got no doubt that as we move forward, more parties will look to join the Net Zero Futures as we look to take forward our own net zero plans at a local level. One of the critical elements in moving forward in this decade in tackling climate change is the recognition that subnational governments, states and other local government partners will be critical to delivering on our climate change objectives. Therefore, regional and state parties have a critical role to play in demonstrating the leadership that will be necessary in order to achieve net zero. And that's why the work that's been taken forward through the Net Zero Futures provides a space to exchange and also to challenge the way in which we are taking forward our policies in order to become a net zero nation. And that's why I've very much welcomed the fact that since we have launched this initiative, there have been 12 more states and regions which have now set net zero targets and have joined the race to zero, bringing the total number now to some 35. What we want to do is to see more parties joining that race to zero as we go forward in turning rhetoric into a reality. As a country, Scotland is very proud of the establishment of the Net Zero Futures. I believe it's a very good example of how this coalition can play an important role in supporting significant players across the globe in setting net zero targets and also to then take forward implementation of those policies. And I want to offer my thanks to those Under2 coalition members who have shared their experience, their insight, so far in making the Net Zero Future Forum a success. I'm very keen, as are other members of the Under2 coalition, to encourage more to join up to the Net Zero Futures and to help to build on the success and the collaboration which we have developed to date. And I hope that those Net Zero Futures Forum members who are here today will take the opportunity to encourage their fellow members of the Under2 coalition to join the Net Zero Futures approach in making sure that we are all driving forward an agenda which will deliver on our climate change commitments. And I will pause there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Secretary Matheson, and it must be right to grasp net zero. I mean, we just know that we have to do that, and we're so thrilled that Scotland has played a leading role in setting up this crucially important project with the Climate Group. Now, the other speakers in this session are Governor David Ige from the state of Hawaii, Minister Arancia Tapia, Minister for Economic Development, Sustainability and the Environment from the Basque Country, and State Secretary, I beg your pardon, Marilia Carvalho de Melo, State Secretary for the Environment and Sustainable Development in Minas Gerais. So thank you all for joining this particular session. And let me first turn to Governor Ige. I think we're all intrigued to know how you built support for a net carbon negative emissions target by 2045. And perhaps you could say a little bit about your high impact actions in Hawaii and share any lessons that you can with others for how they should navigate this journey. Governor Ige.
Thank you, Joan, for inviting me and including me as part of this panel. You know, as an island community, Hawaii has seen the impact more intensely and actively of climate change in the islands. We've seen rain bomb events with devastating floods, unleashing 52 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. We've seen the worst droughts in a century and wildfires all across the state, which has had tremendous impact in our communities. We've seen chloral bleaching events destroying our reefs and wreaking havoc in our environment. We know that the impacts of climate change is real, and we've communicated and connected that to our communities. In 2018, we realized that net zero is not good enough to save the planet. And it really was then that we passed legislation committing to a net negative target by 2045 or as quickly as practical, because we know that we need to sequester more atmospheric carbon and greenhouse gases than emitted within the state. It was about our Sustainable Hawaii initiative and recognizing that we need to invest in our natural environment to capture as much carbon as possible. We've committed to protect or restore 100 million trees by 2020 in this decade of action, because we know that it's important to not only reduce carbon, but to remove carbon in order to save the planet. We do believe that having ambitious goals is important for Hawaii. Hawaii became the first state for a net zero commitment in 2015. And since that time, we've seen 10 other states embrace the whole net zero goals. We know that subnational action is important because we are able to get consensus on a community by community basis, and certainly are working to do our part to save the planet. So thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you very much, Governor. Are there any specific lessons that you'd like to encourage other people to think about if they are developing their near-term plans and thinking about their journey, the one that you are already embarked on?
I think it really begins at the local level. It's engaging the community to talk about the future that we all want to share, and connecting the impacts that we see virtually every day to the global warming that's happening. We were successful in getting consensus in our community because of these conversations. And much of this legislation and goal setting is done with broad community support that gives our legislative leaders the courage to support these ambitious goals.
Thank you. I think maybe there's some more conversation to be had outside of this room around just how to do that and what you found that particularly helpful as you embarked on this engagement process. I'm sure colleagues will be interested in a longer conversation than we can have around this table this morning. Can I turn to Secretary Carvalho and ask, we know that we need everybody to be on the net zero journey, even if immediately they don't see their way to negative emissions targets, and not just leave it to the most ambitious governments. Can you say a little bit about how you see your region's role, in particular in relation to other states and regions, but maybe also in relation to your national government?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Marília. I represent here Governor Romeu Zema. We are located in the southeast of Brazil, Minas Gerais state, with a population of 22 million of persons and area of 586,000 of square kilometers. We are the second economy in Brazil. Our economy is based in agriculture, industry, especially in mining sector. That's the name of our state, Minas Gerais, in English, mining, general mining. In the last June, our state became the first state in Latin America and Caribbean to sign the Race to Zero campaign. And after we did in Brazil, other 9 states signed the Race to Zero as well. So we believe that we have an important role in engagement of all other states in our country to achieve this compromise. Our Governor Romeu Zema signed the commitment together with the President of Agriculture and Industry Federation in our state. We try to construct a big partnership of this goal to net zero in our state. So the participation of the President of Agriculture and Industry Federation in this event of Race to Zero campaign show the commitment of the private sector in Minas Gerais state with a green economy transition. Now we are defining our goals. We believe that subnational government in Brazil have an important role to do a strong policy of climate change in our country. So we are establishing our way to neutralization. We have a priority based on our emission inventory. So our prior sectors in our state is agriculture, combat illegal deforestation. We have an important biome in our state called rainforest, and we have the biggest area of rainforest in our state, comparing with other states. We have the goal to reforestation of 3.7 billion of hectares in rural properties. It's a big challenge, but we are working together with the environment, the agriculture institution in our state. In energy sector, we already have 52% of our energy in a renewable metrics basis, but our goal is to increase this in 60%. The solar energy is increasing in our state, and we are regulating our environmental laws and financial laws as well to improve and incentive this increasing. But we have a big challenge in improve the public transportation model in all country, and Minas Gerais as well. This is a big challenge for us. Besides that, it's very important to work in mitigation strategies. Minas Gerais suffer, especially in the last 7 years, with severe drought that impact our agriculture sector, our energy generation, because we have hydraulic metrics in Brazil, and as well as water supply in a lot of cities in our state. This is an important thing for us. So we have a big challenge to go to a practical action to net zero adaptation mitigation, focus on implementation. I think that's the big challenge in our country, to work with state governments and city governments to change the reality of public policy in climate in our country. And we really believe that all these regions, especially states and municipality governors and mayors, they are engaged in a green transition in our country. So I would like to thank Under2 Coalition to make to give us the opportunity to make part of this coalition and to permit us to establish this partnership to achieve the net zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Carvalho, and an important reminder there of just how significant the challenge is going to be in agriculture. And I think that's an area where we really will need learning from some members to others within the coalition. But also very encouraging to hear how the states and regions within Brazil are coming together, even if you haven't quite yet managed to persuade the national government to do the right thing. But we keep wishing that you will prevail on that. And that clearly is something where the growth of action in Latin America at state and regional level has been quite impressive over the last few years. So thank you very much for that. Could I turn to Minister Tapia and ask how in the Basque region you're putting together a solid plan to move towards a target, and whether you can highlight some key policies or actions that you think has contributed significantly to achieving your net zero emissions goal in the Basque Country?
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank the Scottish Government, the Under2 Coalition, and the Bloomberg Foundation for launching this initiative, this Net Zero Futures initiative, which is very valuable and will, of course, help us to collaborate to meet zero emissions challenge collectively and effectively. This is the main reason we are working here in this coalition. The Basque government is proud to be here, proud to be part of this initiative of this group. And given our track record, we believe that a crucial element in achieving neutrality is to update our planning and our regulatory instruments in order to support the Basque Country to become resilient and carbon neutral by 2050. We were pioneers establishing a long-term climate change strategy. We established it in 2015 with a long view till 2050. But we are now at a key moment, so we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions more and faster. We need to accelerate changes in our territory that will allow us to best adapt the unavoidable impacts that we are already suffering. And finally, we need to increase climate finance. So in this context, we have already approved the Energy Transition and Climate Change Plan 2021 till 2024 through 15 flagship initiatives in order to reduce greenhouse gases, to reach to a good level of renewables, and at the same time to advance to be a resilient territory through projects to adapt climate change. And in parallel, we are currently drafting an energy transition and climate change law, which in addition to regulating obligations related to all this mitigation and adaptation, will give a status to the country to achieve the goal we have established to 2050. But in addition to legal instruments, we are taking key actions because together with legal instruments, we need to act at the same time. So I'm going to give some examples of these actions. So in the Basque Country, we have been committed to energy efficiency for a lot of years, and we, after a period of working on gas as a transition energy, now we are supporting an implementation of renewables in the Basque Country. Considering that our industry is very important in the sector, now we have developed infrastructures in which public and private collaboration has enabled, for instance, to implement the largest solar installation in the Basque Country in the last year. At the same time, we are putting into work cooperatives between citizens that are going to ensure them that production and consumption of energy which will be renewable will be better for the participants and will give them cheaper energy. And at the same time, we are working with resources for wave energies and marine energy with platforms currently working for wind power, offshore wind power also. Our industry has been working a lot in order to contribute to climate action in the territory, and for that we have just launched the Basque Net Zero Industrial Supercluster. So in this sense, with the World Economic Forum, we are working with 5 heavy industries related to refine, iron and steel, foundry, cement, and pulp and paper, which are responsible for more than half of the emissions in the country coming from the industrial side. So they have committed to be neutral by 2050, and I think that it's a good step in order to make the Basque Country pioneer in the decarbonization of the industry sector. So in short, we are working in both fields. First, of course, to review objectives and to plan and to have regulatory framework, and at the same time acting everywhere in order to keep the challenges alive and to meet them by 2050, and if we can, before. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's another great contribution, and this linking up with industry and business, I'm sure, will be really important. I work in industry and business, and actually, I know that many of those companies really welcome clear regulation and early regulation here, so that they can make the decisions to invest in what is going to be needed to take us to the reductions by 2030. Even on that time frame, never mind, obviously, what we have to do for 2050. Can I just ask whether any of our other panelists want to comment, or whether you, Minister, want to comment on what your colleagues said, if you just wave at me? If not, then if there's anything else you want to highlight for the room, I will move on and just say that we'll go on to look at some of the sectoral issues this afternoon, and I think we've established a good platform in all of the sessions this morning for doing that. To conclude the session, though, we mustn't forget we've got a lot of participants virtually who are not able to be here for various reasons. And we're going now to have a video message from the Minister for Energy and Environment of New South Wales, Matthew Keane. So could we have the video, please?
I'm joining you today from the lands of the Gadigal people and begin by paying my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to pay my respects to the many distinguished leaders attending the Under2 Coalition's General Assembly today, both in person and virtually. I give my thanks to the Climate Group for their commitment to making this General Assembly a hybrid event and for including those who, like me, were unable to make it to Glasgow. Now, I can imagine there must be quite a feeling in the air in Glasgow today, when governments come together like this, streaming in from diverse corners of the globe and harnessing their wide-ranging experiences in pursuit of a common goal. Exciting things can happen. This coming together of governments is critical to addressing climate change. We are all committed to reducing our greenhouse gas emissions to limit global temperature rises. And by joining the Under2 Coalition, we have all recognised the value in pursuing this goal together. In New South Wales, we firmly believe that reducing our emissions does not have to come at the expense of our economic growth. Meeting the challenge of climate change is also an opportunity to develop new technologies, industries, and ways of working that will help our economies and societies thrive. But achieving net zero emissions in ways that support just, sustainable economic growth will be challenging. It will require technological, commercial, and economic innovation. It will also require our governments to solve a range of policy problems. The solutions to these problems will reflect the diversity of the states, regions, and provinces that we represent here today. But some things will be common. We have similar policy tools at our disposal and can pull similar policy levers. We have an enormous opportunity to work together to understand our own policy environments, how we can use the policy tools that we have to solve our common problems, and to share our learnings. This spirit of collaboration has been central to the Under2 Coalition's Net Zero Futures initiative. More than 85 governments have come together under the Net Zero Futures banner to learn from experts and from each other. I would like to acknowledge the Scottish Government for their efforts in championing the Net Zero Futures with the support of Bloomberg Philanthropies and the Climate Group. I would also like to acknowledge the Climate Change Group's work with Washington and other governments involved in drafting the Under2 leaders' actions. These actions represent important milestones on the road to net zero emissions. We would like to build on the success of the Net Zero Futures through an Under2 coalition initiative, one that will help us carry the momentum of COP26 forward as our governments work to achieve our emissions reduction goals and implement the Under2 leaders' actions. The Net Zero Emissions Policy Forum will be a voluntary, collaborative group open to governments that have or wish to position themselves at the forefront of global decarbonisation efforts through the scope of their ambition and innovation. It aims to leverage our collective experience in developing emissions reduction policies so that together we can go further, faster. The forum will be open to all of you and to governments who have not yet joined the Under2 coalition. It will focus on practical collaboration. From our experience here in New South Wales, we think there are three main things the forum needs to do. Firstly, the forum will provide a library of best practice emissions reduction policies from right around the world. Our Secretariat will collect and synthesise these policies and make them easily available. Secondly, the forum will be a platform for governments to connect with their peers. It will provide a peer-to-peer service so that governments can easily contact their counterparts who may have experience or interest in a particular policy area. Thirdly, the forum will facilitate joint problem solving through task force focused on specific policy topics. Most of the forum's work will be through these task forces. While I'm not able to be in Glasgow to discuss the forum with you personally, our New South Wales representatives are standing by to provide further information and answer any questions that you might have. It is both an exciting and difficult time as we confront the challenges of climate change. And I hope that through the Under2 coalition, through the Net Zero Emissions Policy Forum, that we can work together to meet these challenges. By realising the mutual benefits of growing our economies whilst reducing our emissions, together we can build a prosperous, sustainable future for generations to come.
That was a great call to action on net zero from New South Wales, and it's also very encouraging that Minister Keane, as well as being Minister for Energy and Environment, has now just taken on the role of Treasurer or Minister of Finance. And frankly, bringing that together with responsibility for the low carbon transition augurs very, very well for progress in the future, because too often the finance ministers are, well, shall we say, not exactly pulling everything forward as fast as they can. They feel they have other priorities sometimes. So more of the Net Zero Futures Initiative this afternoon, more I hope on specific actions that are coming out of this conversation, out of contributions that people around the table have been making. We're not going to be short of work. I'd now like to call on Minister Aditya Thackeray of Maharashtra, who's been a real leader at state level in India, and some of us heard last night they received the award for leadership in the Under2 coalition at our first awards ceremony. So congratulations, and we're really going to look forward now to your remarks and introduction of a video on what's happening in the Indian states and regions.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone. To all the fellow passionate conservationists, to my fellow ministers of subnational governments across the world, and to the General Assembly of the Under2 coalition. Last night indeed was a beautiful gathering of all of us at the Stirling Castle. And whilst we won the first award for regional leadership and we got high commendations for the other two, at night I couldn't sleep over the fact, and I was judging myself of what happened to us in the other two. And it wasn't about just the award, because I believe that awards should be won by everyone. It's time that we work harder, we strive harder, shoulder to shoulder, to work for the planet. It wasn't about the award, it was about judging myself and judging our team and as a state of what can we do more in the other two categories to actually work better for the planet. I think that is really important because I think it's about time that we become judge and jury for ourselves and constantly keep asking ourselves, what can we do every single day to make our fight for a better planet a more real, a more practical, more sustainable solution, not for tomorrow, but for today. The other day I was at another forum in India, back home in Mumbai, and obviously one of these brilliant design thinkers was putting out a presentation to the people. And he said, look, we're not environmentalists. If we are fighting for the planet, we're all futurists because we're fighting for a better tomorrow. And after he made the presentation, I said, look, there was a time where we said, we're talking about the future generations, we're talking about the future of the planet, but I believe what is happening around us today is not about the future anymore. It is about fighting for our own survival. It is about today. I think it's high time that we stand up for ourselves, we stand up for the planet, and start working as subnational governments around the world, because we are the ones who can really implement things on ground. Just the other night, we saw Prime Minister Modi from India putting out a huge ambitious plan for 2070, but going beyond that, the energy requirements to be met by renewable energy, at least 50% of them in the next few years. I think, like there is, of course, a responsibility across the world about developing nations, financially strong and financially weaker nations, we in India look at his commitment really important for us, because Maharashtra, being one of the most developed, industrialized states in India, and also the financial powerhouse of India, we take it up on ourselves as a responsibility for us to take other Indian states with us to meet his dream of a carbon neutral India very soon. I think that is really important. And the reason why we do that is not just because the world is doing that. It's not because there is COP26 happening. It's not because we're a part of the Under2 coalition. If I may give a couple of examples from my own state of Maharashtra, which is, like I said, the financial powerhouse, the industrial powerhouse, we hold a population of 125 million people. Just in the last 1 year, we faced climate emergencies, and we've had to spend about $2 billion on compensations to farmers, to agrarian people, to urban people, to rural people, to almost everyone, because we faced hailstorms, we faced severe storms, cyclones, unseasonal rainfall in areas that we faced droughts before in the past decade. We're seeing the impact of climate change on ground, and that is where my fear lies. Because climate change, as all of us know, it will hit all of us across the world uniformly. It is pretty much like what we're doing with COVID. It's not going to see whether you are developed or not developed, if you're developing or not, if you've committed to climate change goals or not, if you've contributed to climate change mitigation or action or not. It's going to hit us across the world uniformly. It's going to hit the marginal population, it's going to hit the underachievers, it's going to hit the women, it's going to hit all of us as young, old, across races, creeds, across the countries around the world. And that is the fear I have. In the past few years, and especially in the past 1.5 years, we've taken some action which I would like to highlight before I conclude my comments for today. One is, of course, we've committed 43 cities from Maharashtra with a floating population of almost 65 million people to race to zero. And when I say that, we're indulging in meaningful actions on ground, be it urban forests, Miyawaki forests, be it rainwater percolation, rainwater harvesting, self-auditing the government institutions for better energy systems, renewable energy, transport audits. In the past 11 months, we've got 9,800 hectares of mangroves and wetlands declared as reserve forest. In the city of Mumbai, which most of you may have been to, we've got 808 acres of forest declared as reserve forest. I think this is what we're working towards. We're working with our industries department, we're working with our energy department, we're working with finance department, trade department, to set up a council for climate change headed by our chief minister, who's also the first minister of the state. But I believe all of this is really possible. And like I said, even last night, I was really thanking the chief minister, because it is he, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, who's the chief minister of Maharashtra, who's really given us a platform to be audacious, to have the audacity to compare the environment department and forest department to something like urban department and the industries department. Very often when governments speak, the industries and trade department, the finance department, the urban development department really take over the priorities from forest and environment. We are seen as hurdles. Here, he has given us the power to get 10 conservation sanctuaries reserved, 2 national sanctuaries reserved as reserve forest, have a flamingo sanctuary, have a huge national park in the city of Mumbai. I think this is where industry, forest, environment, climate change, transport, all of this is coming together. And a city of Mumbai, one city where, as you know, we are really having a rejuvenation of the city. By 2027, we have committed to complete 100% public transport being electric. I think these are some of the things that we've been working on. In conclusion, we are, of course, a state that, like I said, is financially a powerhouse of India, industrial powerhouse of India. We're not saying we won't grow, but we're wanting to grow sustainably. We're wanting to grow responsibly, going beyond words, beyond activism, beyond movements. Because every time I meet a student who's come to clean up a beach, I apologize to him or her. You know, we have movements back home where we bring students to clean beaches, and I say, look, you are doing something, you're cleaning up a beach for which I am responsible for. We, as past generations, have dirtied the beaches, dirtied the oceans, the seas, the rivers, the wetlands, and you are coming and cleaning this up. We really apologize to you. But now, as I said, it's up to us to stand up, to work together, shoulder to shoulder. We have all gathered in Scotland for COP26, most of us with an intent to save the planet. Maybe some of us are under the false impression that the human race can save the planet. I think the human race may or may not exist, but the planet will go on. You know, a couple of thousands of years ago, we had another strong mammal on this planet, or animal or creature, the dinosaurs, and they thought that they could run the world. Well, they got wiped out and the planet is going on. It is up to us to think today whether we save ourselves or we want a planet without us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for all of the actions that you're taking with your Chief Minister and colleagues. Thank you for your insights into how to get the structure and the institutions in the optimum way to drive action, and for your emphasis on doing it now. I particularly enjoyed your comment. Well, I enjoyed it now. I'm not sure I'll enjoy it if I apply it properly as I should, that we should be our own judge and jury, because I think it is, really such a call to personal responsibility and action, as well as political responsibility. I think we're now going to have a video from Maharashtra. So if we could have the video, please.
The Under2 Coalition Secretariat Climate Group for hosting the annual Under2 General Assembly. J&K is a member of Under2 since 2018. We have gained valuable insights through the peer learning opportunities. Very soon we'll do a virtual secondment with Government of California under the Future Fund to learn about the COVID recovery and impact of climate change on agriculture and horticulture. I thank Under2 and look forward to many collaborations to fight against climate change in this Himalayan region.
Indian states have been engaging with the Under2 coalition since 2015. Through the coalition support, member states have had the opportunity to showcase their climate action, success stories, participate in global peer learning opportunities, capacity building, and technical assistance via the Future Fund, and profile their climate leadership globally.
Strengthening our commitment further, Climate Group, in partnership with Swaniti Initiative and support from SET Fund, is launching an ambitious State Climate Fellows project in India. The aim of this initiative is to create a community of dynamic professionals who will champion the strategies and climate ambition of Indian states.
I think one of the highlights of the COP actually has been the commitment from Prime Minister Modi And that's been reinforced by what we've heard today about what's going on at the state level. We're now going to move on to talk about the Future Fund, and linking that to what we just heard. I mean, the fund is about saving the future, but it's about action now to save the future. So we're going to hear from many of the leaders of states and regions who are active in this area, who are benefiting both in the developed world and developing and emerging economic regions, how it's going to help them to make a difference to our future in climate action. Implementing the kind of actions that will be supported by the fund will not only contribute to the decarbonisation agenda, but it will, in addition, carry significant and really vitally needed health and socio-economic benefits to local populations. So I'd like now to invite the following key leaders to join us for this spotlight on the Future Fund. We've got the Minister, Itziar Gomez, the Minister of Rural Development and Environment from Navarra. We've got the Secretary, Saida Melina Rodriguez Gomez, Secretary of Sustainable Development for Yucatan. We've got Minister Julie James, who is the Minister for Climate Change in Wales. And we've got Minister President Winfried Kretschmann from Baden-Württemberg to help unpack for us what the Future Fund is doing and how it's going to help in the future. I'm happy to turn first to Minister Gomez to ask her to share her reflections with us, and I do thank her and Navarra for their decision to provide funding to the Future Funding for the first time, and we're very proud to be announcing that today. So, Minister, over to you, please.
Thank you. Buenos días, egunon guztioi. En primer lugar, quiero agradecerles que a la coalición Under2 esta ocasión para expresar una vez más la voz de más regiones del mundo. Las regiones del mundo, al igual que los Estados y la Unión Europea, estamos expresando nuestro apoyo a adoptar medidas para que la descarbonización sea lo más rápida que reclama el mundo científico, aunado en torno a la Convención de Cambio Climático de Naciones Unidas. Pero además, en este proceso es esencial que los estados y regiones desarrollados empoderen a sus correlativos de economías en desarrollo y emergentes para elevar el nivel de la acción climática al proporcionar financiación de proyectos e intercambio de conocimientos vitales. Desde el Gobierno de Navarra estamos convencidas de la importancia de ambas cuestiones. En ese camino estamos trabajando. Navarra es una región comprometida con las políticas medioambientales. Hace ya 3 años que cuenta con un plan de acción por el clima, con la hoja de ruta clima y el plan energético de Navarra 2030 para la mitigación, y también con un plan de adaptación, NADAPTA, que es el primer
Minister, could I just highlight for everybody the interpretation that has gone to Channel 1, just so we don't miss any of your remarks.
Bueno, hace 3 años que Navarra cuenta con un plan de acción por el clima a través de 2 herramientas, la hoja de ruta clima y el plan energético de Navarra 2030. También con un plan de adaptación, proyecto NADAPTA. Es el primer LIFE integrado de una región financiado por la Comisión Europea. Además, Navarra también ha sido una comunidad pionera con la Ley Foral de Residuos y su fiscalidad, con la aplicación del principio de quien contamina paga, lo que nos permite contar con una herramienta, con un fondo de residuos para mejorar la gestión de los mismos. Ahora, el Gobierno de Navarra hemos aprobado también un proyecto de ley foral de cambio climático y transición energética. Es un proyecto de ley que ya hemos enviado al Parlamento regional, que aúna tanto el ámbito de la mitigación como el de la adaptación y que consideramos va a ser la mejor herramienta para poder afrontar los retos climáticos de presente y de futuro. Es una manera de recoger medidas concretas que respondan a los objetivos que tenemos planteados en nuestras regiones. Decía además que la acción contra el cambio climático y la consecuente y la necesaria transición hacia esa economía descarbonizada, una premisa fundamental es que esa transición sea justa y que no ahonde en desigualdades sociales existentes en nuestras regiones europeas desarrolladas. Y es en ese sentido en el que quiero anunciar que el Gobierno de Navarra va a destinar financiación importante en el marco del Future Fund. Nuestro Gobierno va a implicarse mediante ese fondo en colaborar con la descarbonización de países y regiones en desarrollo, con el fin de avanzar juntos en una transición energética justa, democrática e inclusiva que nos permita avanzar hacia un verdadero desarrollo sostenible, también, por supuesto, en condiciones de justicia y de igualdad. Gracias.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the financial support, which will be vital in reinforcing what we've already received from other Under2 members for the Future Fund. I'd like now to ask a slight thing here. I'd like to ask Secretary Saida Rodriguez to speak now, please. You need to put your microphone on, please, for the interpreters.
Bueno, ahora sí. Perfecto. Bueno, decía muchas gracias a Under2 Coalition, por supuesto a todos los miembros y aquí presentes. Es una muy buena oportunidad para recuperarnos de lo que está sucediendo o lo que hemos estado viviendo los últimos 2 años. Hemos escuchado desde Hawái y por ahí en Brasil y muchos ejemplos de que hemos vivido pues situaciones muy complicadas, no únicamente por COVID, sino precisamente porque nos estamos enfrentando ya a los efectos de cambio climático y atenderlos pues es un tema de inequidad social, inequidad económica y por supuesto es algo que tenemos que atender a la brevedad posible. Y en ese sentido, pues evidentemente los gobiernos subnacionales, los gobiernos locales, pues tenemos un gran compromiso en poder apuntalar, en poder avanzar el cumplimiento y la implementación de las acciones hoy para poder alcanzar todas las metas establecidas en nuestros propios NDCs. Quiero compartirles un poco desde Yucatán lo que apuntábamos el día de hoy, precisamente cómo a través del Future Fund estamos avanzando, implementando acciones a nivel local. 2 cosas muy puntuales en Yucatán. La primera, estuvimos trabajando en la actualización del inventario de gases de efecto invernadero. Hace unos momentos platicábamos que los gobiernos emergentes teníamos una problemática al respecto de cómo afrontar el compromiso del cumplimiento de las metas establecidas, si no contábamos con la certeza de que nuestros inventarios y nuestros programas de acción y nuestras formas de atención eran de la mejor calidad posible. Yucatán recientemente a través del Future Fund estuvo realizando la actualización de nuestro inventario de gases de efecto invernadero y por supuesto construir nuestro programa de acción ante cambio climático. Y otra de las cuestiones muy puntuales era poder definir a través de los resultados establecidos en el inventario por lo menos las primeras 2 causas más importantes de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Para el caso de Yucatán es en el sector energía, en la generación energética, es decir, necesitamos movernos a renovables de nueva cuenta, y el segundo punto, por supuesto, transporte. Ambos puntos los estamos trabajando ya a la brevedad posible y apuntalando y compartiendo con ustedes 2 puntos. Yucatán tiene hoy ya el 25% del consumo energético producido con energías renovables. Tenemos ya 24 proyectos eólicos y solares en cola que no sabemos si podemos apuntalar, pero queremos con el acompañamiento dejar el camino y la ruta lista para poder implementarnos a la brevedad posible. Esto nos llevaría a que en el estado de Yucatán llegaríamos a ser 100% renovables en cuanto estos proyectos estén implementados. Por la parte del transporte también estamos trabajando fuertemente hacia la manera más adecuada para una ciudad media de poder establecer los caminos y la ruta de nueva cuenta para descarbonizar nuestro sistema de transporte, al mismo tiempo que fortalecemos esquemas de gobernanza para una movilidad sostenible, peatonal, más eficiente y más adecuada para el tipo de ciudad capital que nosotros tenemos en Yucatán. Esto a través, por supuesto, del fortalecimiento de nuestra infraestructura al respecto. Y otro proyecto muy importante establecido con el Future Fund fue el de comunidades autónomas verdes. Este proyecto pues, consistió en la instalación de paneles solares y generación energética distribuida para viviendas que no tenían acceso. Esto nos permite acercarnos prácticamente al 100% de toda nuestra población en el estado con energía eléctrica propia. Esto es un tema muy importante en cumplimiento incluso con los ODS, con el objetivo de energía para todos y asequible. Creemos que el acompañamiento de proyectos de Future Fund es muy importante y relevante en ciudades emergentes y sobre todo no únicamente a que estos proyectos pilotos que normalmente así se implementan sucedan y sean exitosos, sino que podamos movernos a escalarlos. Escalarlos no solamente dentro de los estados, sino a nivel regional, a nivel país y poder compartirlos exitosamente con todos. Y me gustaría cerrar nada más compartiendo también con ustedes que el movernos hacia el compromiso de Net Zero es factible, es viable. Creemos que los gobiernos locales hoy en México, por lo menos, estamos dispuestos a trabajar en conjunto, a trabajar coordinados para poder buscar los medios y las formas de poder lograr establecer los compromisos a Net Zero. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And so heartening to hear of progress being made through support from the Under2, and both on the accountability but also the action on the ground. That is truly, truly heartening. And your reference to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are not at all in tension with the net zero transition, but the two actually are really mutually reinforcing. So we're delighted to hear of that progress in Yucatan. I'd like now to invite Minister James from the Welsh Government to say a few words. And I would just note that the Welsh Government has been among the earliest supporters and most consistent supporters of the Future Fund. So we've all got reason to be grateful to them. And we'd like Minister James to tell us a little bit about the priorities for 2022 for the Future Fund to reflect how we should move forward on the just transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here, and just to add my thanks to everyone else's, to the team that have organised this and the Scottish Government in particular. I just wanted to say a particular thank you to the Scottish Government, who have been really great at enabling us to go and see a number of projects alongside COP, which have been really useful and which we will certainly be taking back to Wales with us. So that's been particularly helpful as well. So we also have a government that was re-elected in May, and despite the challenges of COVID and Brexit, has declared that climate change is at the absolute heart of everything our government will do. And in doing that, our First Minister, Mark Drakeford, asked me to head up a new climate change portfolio, which pulls together the levers right across the Welsh Government: energy policy, housing, transport, environment, biodiversity, infrastructure, and so on, very similarly organised to the Scottish Government. And we've been working very closely together, Minister Matheson and myself, already. And the reason that we've done that is because we're absolutely determined to get our plan in place. We published our Net Zero Wales plan, which focuses on our second carbon budget, which takes us to 2025 in advance of COP. But that budget also starts to build on the foundations for our 2030 target and then our net zero by 2050. The plan's got 123 policies and proposals and over 100 pledges for action in it, so it's a bit of a weighty tome, but it's intended to be an action plan as well as a strategy document. But the first policy in the whole plan is the absolutely most fundamental, and that's about the just transition. So it's about making sure that in Wales, as we shift to a stronger, greener future, we don't put the cost of that change onto the shoulders of the worst off in society, both globally and at home in Wales. So over the government term, we plan to build on the progress we've already made. We'll embed the concept of the just transition into our social partnership approach. We have an approach in Wales that brings together our government, our trade unions, and our employers across civic society in Wales, recognise the importance of early engagement with those most affected, so that we ensure that people are not frightened that they'll lose their job and increase their cost of living, but see their place in the just transition, see the reskilling of the workforces as the transition goes ahead. We also continue to strengthen our understanding of the potential impacts, looking across the evidence of the impacts we've already got, and across our key emission sectors, in common with everybody else here, in housing, transport, industry, and agriculture. The challenge of climate change, as everyone has acknowledged, requires us all to work together. So we are delighted to join the Scottish Government's Just Transition Alliance, and I spoke with Minister Lochhead only yesterday about doing so. But as everyone also knows, it's not just about the just transition at home in each one of our nations or territories or states. Wales also has 7 wellbeing goals linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where the 7th goal is focused on being a globally responsible Wales, recognising our contribution to the world, and that's why we joined the Future Fund. And I'm delighted that Wales was able to do that early on, and that we continue to very much want to be part of that. As part of our international focus, we've co-chaired the Powering Past Coals Alliance Just Transition Task Force, which is made up of expert partners, trade unions, academics, to provide assistance to other nations in transitioning workers and communities. As a country, small country that was at the absolute heart of the first industrial revolution, we are still suffering from an unjust transition from coal. And we are very aware that we need to stop that happening elsewhere in the world and to ensure a just transition this time from where we are now to the new green future. So we've been working with our partners in Africa in particular and safeguarding an area of forest the size of Wales in Africa. To date, nearly 18 million trees have been distributed, and we're on course to distribute 25 million trees by 2025, providing tree seedlings to farmers and land managers in the Mbale region of Uganda, helping improve the lives of local people. We have a project called Plant. Plant means children in Wales, in Welsh. It's the Welsh word for children, but also it means plant, of course, in English. So for each child born in Wales, we plant a tree in Wales and a tree in Africa. We've been doing that for a very long time, so we continue to do that as well. The trees are, many of which are planted in the coffee gardens of the fair trade farmers we support in Mbale, provide all important shade, fruit, firewood, and timber. Going forward, we'll continue to support the distribution of another 3 million trees per year in Uganda, 1 for every person in Wales. We see the Future Fund as trying to prevent further long-term climate change impacts by involving those who are most affected now and collaborating across the globe. So I was really pleased to meet members of the Sao Paulo delegation we held an exchange with as part of our Future Fund, because we're able to share and learn from each other. Despite how different we are, we also have a very large amount in common, so we can all take action on climate change together. We absolutely must address climate change alongside the communities affected. So I'm delighted to be here to share what we've done in Wales, to see and hear from others on the stage today what they are doing, and absolutely commit to and look forward to continually working together with our members and to supporting the Future Fund in the future. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I think a very graphic account of how we need to look at the just transition within the developed countries. It's not just within a developing or emerging economy or as between the developed and developing, but also within the developed. Thank you very much for your leadership on that, and renewed thanks for your support for the Future Fund. I'd now like to invite Minister President Kretschmann from Baden-Württemberg to offer his insights for this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, two different approaches are coming together here in Glasgow. Climate action from the top down at the COP26, climate action from bottom up. That is what we are doing here. Both approaches are important. Those approaches need to go hand in hand, because there is one thing they both have in common: our time is running out. At all levels, we must become ambitious, faster, and more effective, as far as the goals are concerned, but even more so in getting things done. For this reason, we have tightened our targets in Baden-Württemberg even more. By the year 2030, we want to reduce our greenhouse gases by 65%. And by 2040, we want to have become completely climate neutral. We also lead with respect to implementation, faster than our federal level and faster than the European Union. 3 examples. We have made it mandatory to install PV systems on all new buildings. We want to double passenger numbers in public transport and half the times it takes to approve the installation of wind power plants. But of course, it is not just important what we do, but the things we all do together. And for me, this also means that all those who want to join it can join in. And what I have in mind here are in particular also the people in the global south. Often they do not have the means to contribute to the combating of climate change, and for this reason we support them. Our means to achieving this is our Future Fund. Through it, we create networks of exchange to foster the exchange with the global south in particular. Our goal, to create a community of shared engagement and shared learning around the globe. Baden-Württemberg will continue to do its share financially as well as with human resources. For example, with a series of digital events which will begin next year. This is especially important in view of the fact that the next World Climate Conference will be held in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 years ago we founded the Under2 coalition. At the time we were only a few, today we are many, a global network of more than 260 countries, regions, and municipalities, and we want to become even more. We in Baden-Württemberg are encouraged and inspired by what you to do protect the climate locally. The goals you are setting, the actions you take. After all, the Under2 coalition is not just an action alliance, it is also a place of learning. What is important for me in this respect is that we not only set ourselves ambitious targets, but that we also implement them with ambitious action. While greenhouse gas emissions around the world have been increasing for years, the regions of our alliance have decreased them. So we can not only announce goals, we can also demonstrate success. And it is this which makes our climate action alliance so authentic, so attractive. Ladies and gentlemen, let us send out this signal from Glasgow. Let us act in solidarity to protect the climate from the bottom up. This is one of the most powerful tools in order to stop the climate from heating up even more. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister President, may I say that that was impressive, particularly impressive as I believe I'm right in saying this is the first time you've spoken publicly in the Under2 coalition in English. So we wonder why you haven't done it before, because it was so brilliant. More than that, the substance of what you were saying, I think, pulls together beautifully the various threads that we have been trying to address this morning as a coalition to move solidly into delivery. Now, we know that net zero has actually been a game changer in terms of how it's increased public awareness generally. The Net Zero Futures initiative within the coalition, I think, must try to harness that awareness, must try to build on it, and must try to take our coalition to the next level. And I really hope that those who are considering joining can make that decision sooner rather than later. And those who haven't yet considered it will watch closely, become involved in activities like the forum, where they can learn that it's not too difficult, it's not beyond any of our members, and can sign up to what will take this coalition into the absolute leading edge of climate action. We've heard an awful lot about what's going on bottom up, to use the Minister President's words. We've heard about community engagement. We've heard about the mutual learning and support and collaboration. And we've heard about some of the wider partnerships which can help support the actions of the coalition to deliver a real decade of action, as well as keeping us on track for net zero by 2050. We must keep our eye on that prize. We must keep our eye on the prize of making that transition in a just and equitable way. And we're so grateful to Baden-Württemberg, Wales, Scotland, and the other contributors to the Futures Fund, which will help underpin that value and commitment. I'm wondering whether we should call it the Now Fund, actually, because it really is about what we need to be doing now. But overall, I think what we take away from this is what the coalition can do in and of itself, representing over half of the global economy, but also what we can do by leading by example. We need to shout louder to become better at shouting out about what we're doing. Not because we're proud. In fact, I think some of us feel very humbled by hearing some of the actions that are going on under very challenging circumstances in many different states and regions. That's not why we're doing it. We're doing it to show that it is completely possible and to show that the parties who are not yet moving at the level of ambition of the best must join us. And we need to do that not just at this COP, but at future COPs, until frankly, there's no need for a COP. And so I want to thank and applaud all of our presenters this morning. I think it's been an inspirational morning. I'm sure we're going to have an inspirational afternoon. We're now going to go and have lunch, and while we're at lunch, we'll be hearing from some of our virtual participants from the state of Victoria, from Querétaro in Latin America, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Ireland, and South Australia. So I hope you'll give half an ear to them, as well as the other half of your ear to the exchanges that are so much a benefit of these gatherings. And Tim started us off by saying how really very, very nice it was all to be here today. And I hope you found it as worthwhile as I think we have. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the Under2 Coalition for accepting Northern Ireland as a new member back in the summer. Northern Ireland is one of the 4 regions that makes up the United Kingdom, along with England, Scotland and Wales. We are located in the northeast part of the island of Ireland, but are only a short distance from where you sit now in Glasgow. In fact, at the closest point, Scotland and Northern Ireland are just 12 miles apart. As Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland, it is my focus and that of my department to ensure that Northern Ireland has sustainable agri-food, fisheries and forestry sectors, which help to create a clean and healthy environment that benefits people, nature and the economy. Tackling climate change is a key priority for my department and the Northern Ireland Executive, and we're driving forward action to ensure that Northern Ireland, as part of the UK, leads by example on the global stage to deliver towards the Paris Agreement commitments. And to help drive forward action to tackle climate change, my department has been leading on the development of a cross-cutting, multi-decade green growth strategy on behalf of the entire Northern Ireland Executive, which I launched for public consultation on the 26th of October 2021. The Green Growth Strategy sets out the long-term vision and a solid framework for tackling the climate crisis in the right way, and helping us to meet our targets and feed into the UK's goal of achieving net zero by 2050. The draft Green Growth Strategy includes 10 commitments, which sets out how we balance climate action, clean environment and green jobs, and demonstrates how we intend to approach these issues as part of our COVID recovery. My department is also leading on the development of climate change legislation for Northern Ireland, which will complement and support our existing legislative commitments under UK-wide climate change legislation. And I'm keen to ensure that Northern Ireland takes forward actions that deliver real results to ensure that we play our part in tackling climate change. Northern Ireland are relatively new members to Under2, and this is our first General Assembly, but I'm sure it won't be our last. I'm pleased that a number of my officials are in attendance, and I look forward to the opportunity to engage with our international colleagues through the coalition, and thank you for this opportunity to contribute.
Hello everyone, I'm coming to you from Melbourne, Victoria. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about Victoria's efforts to combat climate change and the value of strong regional action to reduce carbon emissions. I'm coming to you from the lands of the Wurundjeri people, and I wish to acknowledge them as traditional owners. I would also like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and Aboriginal elders of other communities who may be here with us today. Victoria is proud to be a global leader on climate change action and the transition to net zero. There is no time to waste. Victoria is already significantly warmer and drier, with less rainfall, less alpine snow, more bushfire danger days, and a longer bushfire season overall. Victoria's average temperature has risen 1.2 degrees Celsius since 1910. Without action now, it could rise up to 2.4 degrees Celsius by the 2050s. To tackle this, Victoria set into legislation in 2017 a net zero emissions commitment by 2050. We were one of the first jurisdictions globally to do so. And since then, we've announced an ambitious but achievable emissions target of halving emissions by 2030. We're decarbonising faster than any major Australian jurisdiction, with emissions reduction pledges across all economic sectors. We're increasing the share of renewables in Victoria's electricity mix from around 30% today to 50% by 2030. And we've created more jobs in renewables in Victoria than in any other state. To keep driving the energy transition, we're investing $1.6 billion to unlock more renewable resources and deploy new technology, such as offshore wind and renewable hydrogen. We're charting a path to reduce natural gas through our gas substitution roadmap and our major investments in helping households reduce gas usage. We've also determined that by 2030, half of all Victorian light vehicle sales will be zero-emission vehicles, and that by 2025, renewables will power all of the state government's operations. On the land, we've invested more than $100 million to support new farming technology and research, farm tree planting and natural restoration. All of these measures will create jobs, support Victoria's economic recovery and improve Victorians' health and well-being. For example, we project that 50% renewable energy by 2030 will have created 24,400 jobs alone. As we head to COP26, Victoria is proud to stand with world leaders tackling the most challenging issue of our times. The role of sub-national governments is vital because they hold the key levers to take strong regional action. The Under2 Coalition, our global union of sub-national governments, all acting ambitiously on climate change, is a highly effective forum to share what we have learned. We can share our knowledge and experience with other Under2 governments and show others not as invested in the net zero transition the benefits they might also derive. Climate change is a global issue. Our partnerships and the solutions we share via networks like Under2 can build greater collective action and amplify our global impact. I hope our example in Victoria and the example of other Under2 members inspires other governments, including our Commonwealth Government, to step up the fight. Thank you.
A las y a los representantes de los más de los 200 gobiernos subnacionales presentes en esta Asamblea General y también de manera virtual, les comento que por cuestiones ajenas a mi voluntad no puedo estar de manera presencial con ustedes. Por ello, a través de este mensaje, envío un reconocimiento al esfuerzo que realiza esta coalición a favor de la mitigación de emisiones de los gases de efecto invernadero. Este mes ha significado el arranque de mi gobierno, motivo por el cual me comprometía a impulsar una agenda climática con la cual se le pueda hacer frente a la contingencia climática, que ha afectado diversas comunidades en todo mi estado. Estoy consciente que el reto no es sencillo y que es necesario sumar esfuerzos y voluntades para superarlo. Por eso, me congratulo de que Querétaro sea parte de esta organización. Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para refrendar los compromisos de mi estado con la coalición Under2 y el nuevo memorándum de entendimiento propuesto por nuestro secretariado general de Climate Group y que ha sido consensuado a lo largo de estas últimas semanas, así como en las responsabilidades adquiridas como copresidente para América Latina. Esta asamblea, con el compromiso refrendado de todos sus miembros, será de gran importancia para impulsar la reducción de emisiones en todo el planeta, desde los gobiernos subnacionales. Espero que pronto pueda estar de manera presencial con ustedes. Mientras tanto, reciban un gran saludo desde aquí, desde Querétaro, aquí in Mexico.
Hello everyone, my name is David Spears and I am the Minister for Environment and Water, the Minister responsible for climate change policy in the Government of South Australia. I wish I could be there in Scotland with you today. That's my home country, you might pick up from my accent, but I'm sadly not able to be because of the international travel restrictions. So instead, I wanted to bring you to South Australia and check out that view behind me. I'm in my constituency today, the area that I represent in the South Australian Parliament, and an area that I've called home since 2002, when my family moved from remote southwest Scotland, the region of Dumfries and Galloway, to South Australia. And in the Scottish context, I want to acknowledge the host of the session today, the Right Honourable Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, and thank her for her leadership in terms of Scotland's impressive and boundary-pushing transition to a decarbonised economy. I do want to tell you a little bit about what South Australia is doing. South Australia has a phenomenal history stretching over the last couple of decades in responding to our changing climate. For the last couple of decades, South Australia has been working really, really hard to transition both our economy and the way that we produce our energy. We've got phenomenal penetration of both rooftop solar and wind power here. And by 2030, we believe that we will have 100% renewable energy production in this state. I am also proud of the stability that we've built into our energy grid. We worked very hard since 2016 to build resilience into the energy network. And as a consequence, we invested in grid-scale storage. We built a very big battery out at Jamestown, a couple of 100 kilometres from the capital city of Adelaide. And since then, we've rolled out more and more grid-scale storage options. Just this week, we announced a $150 million massive battery will be built in the northern suburbs of our capital city here in Adelaide. That shows confidence to invest, and it shows that these grid-scale options are really working. They're giving us that backup to deploy power into the grid. We generate it when there's plenty of sun and wind, we store it, and then we use it when we need to. We also have a very significant home battery storage scheme, one of the most significant in the world, and in a per capita sense, the highest penetration of home battery storage options in Australia. Those home batteries are helping disperse the stability of our grid, ensuring that households can draw on that power when it's needed, and also setting up virtual power plants for our energy companies to deploy power to where it's needed, when it's needed. The sophistication of our energy network is much elevated from where it was in 2016. We continue to invest in innovation and research and technologies. We continue to push the boundaries, and we want you to partner with us, to learn from us, to grab hold of the opportunities and overcome the challenges. Because there are challenges, there's no doubt about that. That's the very reason we're gathered here for COP26, to work out how to overcome those challenges, to do it together, and to do it in a way that actually leads to economic development. There is no reason we need to say that the economy needs to sink while our response to the changing climate rises. That's just not the way it needs to be. That's not what our story, that's not what our experience has been in South Australia, quite the opposite. We've undergone a green revolution here, a transformation of our economy, and each time we have a challenge, we seem to be able to rise to it. The future is bright here, and it's not just because the sun shines all the time. It's because of bipartisan leadership, climate change policy that's transcended changes of government in this state. I'm excited by the future. There are challenges along the way. We're going to have to adapt to a changing climate because climate change is coming to this state in one way or another. But there's plenty to be hopeful about. There's plenty to get on with. And so I hope that in the not too distant future, you can come to South Australia. You can visit this state. You can partner with our business community. You can partner with our universities. You can partner with our state government and with our local councils as we seek to decarbonise this state, to create jobs and to build resilience into this beautiful landscape. One day soon, I hope you'll join me here, but until then, keep up the great work. The Under2 Coalition is working so hard at subnational level, and I know firsthand you're driving real change.
so they haven't delivered their speech yet. So potentially about 10, 15 minutes late we're running. But any of you who would like to listen to Nigel Topping and Gonzalo Munoz, please make your way back to the foyer.
2, handheld 2. Handheld 1, yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us again. I hope you enjoyed lunch and the speeches we heard there. My name's Helen Clarkson. I'm Chief Exec at the Climate Group, and I'm really honoured to chair this afternoon plenary for the Under2 Coalition General Assembly. At the Climate Group, we're working to deliver climate action fast, and we focus on systems with the highest emissions and where our networks have the greatest opportunity to drive change, so transport, the built environment, energy, heavy industry, and food. And we work closely with businesses on issues such as renewable energy, electric vehicles, and the transformation of heavy industry through our RE100, EP100, EV100, and Steel Zero initiatives. Under2 members range from governments controlling the same GDP as entire countries to small island states which are among the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And we know that you, our members, are feeling the impacts of climate change here and now. Last year's Global States and Regions Annual Disclosure, which we published with CDP, saw states and regions reporting nearly 500 climate change impacts, ranging from increased intense rainfall events in Amazonas, Brazil, to reduced annual average snowfall in Washington and more frequent droughts in South Australia. By far the most reported socioeconomic impact was the risk to human health, which we know is closely tied to many of the environmental problems we face today. So through the Coalition's What's at Stake campaign, we've also heard about the natural assets that states and regions stand to lose if we don't act with urgency on climate. For example, the Balamku Reserve in Campeche, Mexico, supports enormous biodiversity, including many endangered species. But its water catchment is decreasing year on year due to climate change, putting its future at risk. And then on the other side of the world, Western Cape is seeing an increase in wildfires and droughts, which are changing the region's ecology and threatening agricultural production. So we know climate change is here and having an impact now, but what can we collectively do about it? We've already adopted the net zero emissions target, balancing the harmful greenhouse gases being put into the atmosphere with the amount being removed. And as we all know, last month, the Under2 Coalition made net zero commitments a baseline for membership. So for COP26, our most important task has been getting the voices of states and regions heard. Not only are you acting faster on climate change than most countries, but state and regional governments have significant power and influence when it comes to making a difference on the ground. You can pass new laws, create better business conditions, improve public transport systems, and influence behaviour change locally. And collective voices are absolutely vital in bringing about change at speed and scale. We simply cannot act alone on a subject as big as climate change. And so that's why it's my absolute pleasure to invite our state and regional leaders to talk about the change they are bringing across systems and delivering the impact that we need to see in the next 10 years. And this is our first leadership panel for governments to share the change they're bringing in the energy, transport, industry and infrastructure transition. And for this panel, we've got the following speakers joining us in person. We have Per Aragonés, the President of Catalonia, George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy for British Columbia, Maria Isabel Ortiz Mantilla, Secretary of Environment and Land Management for Guanajuato, Isran Noor, Governor of East Kalimantan, and Kathleen Theodoridis, Secretary of the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs for Massachusetts. So with that, I'd like to start by inviting Governor Noor to talk about what they're doing in East Kalimantan.
Just here or stand? Just here? Okay. Okay, sorry. I get. Yang saya hormati Bapak Nicola Sturgeon dari pemerintah Scotland, yang saya hormati Ketua Sekretaris Koalisi Under2, Kelompok Iklim, Juan McNaughton, para hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya sangat senang berada di sini sebagai peserta Under2 Coalition. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengatakan bahwa pemerintah Provinsi Kalimantan Timur masih terus berkomitmen untuk mengurangi emisi karbon, khususnya dari kegiatan berbasis lahan, hingga 23 juta ton karbon dioksida ekuivalen per year. Jika provinsi akan selalu stabil dan angka yaitu dengan 10% untuk buffer pembalikan setiap tahun hingga 2030. Maka Provinsi Kalimantan Timur akan berkontribusi sebesar 164 juta ton karbon dioksida ekuivalen pengurangan emisi terhadap negara. Ini adalah 33% dari total target nasional, yaitu 485 juta ton karbon dioksida ekuivalen di bawah sektor outflow. Luas lahan Provinsi Kalimantan Timur adalah 12,7 juta hektar. Luasnya hampir sama dengan Inggris 13,4 juta hektar. Luas areal hutan kami meliputi 6,5 juta hektar. Baru-baru ini dalam 2 tahun terakhir didapatkan bahwa 6.123 hektar hutan telah mengalami kerusakan selama Juni 2019 sampai dengan Desember 2020. Pendorong utama deforestasi selama periode tersebut terutama disebabkan oleh perkebunan kelapa sawit 59%, hutan tanaman 17%, pengelolaan hutan yang tidak lestari 14%, pembukaan lahan tanpa izin 6%, dan lain-lain seperti pertambangan dan tambak 4%. Dalam hal transisi energi, pemerintah provinsi telah berkomitmen untuk mewujudkan energi rendah emisi yang berkelanjutan dan tangguh untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Ini termasuk pemanfaatan energi baru terbarukan, yaitu biofuel B30 dan B100. Sampai saat ini, perekonomian Kalimantan Timur masih bergantung pada minyak dan pertambangan. Kami menyadari bahwa sumber daya alam akan segera habis. Jadi, strategi kami adalah dengan menggeser paradigma ekonomi berbasis sumber daya tak terbarukan ke sumber daya yang terbarukan. Provinsi ini memiliki banyak peluang energi terbarukan. Misalnya potensi produksi dari panas bumi bisa menghasilkan 18 megawatt. Kemudian matahari 3,6 hidro, maksudnya ini adalah tenaga hidro, ini 3,6 megawatt. Energi surya 13.479 megawatt dan bioenergi 1.086 megawatt. Hingga saat ini ada 53 pembangkit listrik panel surya yang telah didirikan di 8 kabupaten di Kalimantan Timur. Kami membutuhkan lebih banyak pembangkit listrik ini karena provinsi kami terletak di garis khatulistiwa. Transfer teknologi dan pengetahuan dari negara maju kepada negara-negara berkembang, terutama pada kami, akan menjadi lebih penting. Seperti yang telah kami ketahui bahwa provinsi kami telah dipilih untuk menjadi ibu kota negara yang baru pada tahun 2024. Provinsi ini telah mengusulkan untuk memperluas area ibu kota dari 180.000 hektar menjadi 410.000 hektar. Alasannya adalah ingin memperluas kawasan karena kami ingin mengamankan kawasan dari degradasi hutan, deforestasi, dan masalah-masalah lingkungan lainnya. Kami memahami bahwa ukuran area yang dialokasikan untuk gedung dan kantor-kantor mungkin kurang dari 40.000 hektar, hanya sekitar 10% dari luas ibu kota yang disiapkan. Areal yang tersisa, yaitu 370.000 hektar, akan dipenuhi pepohonan dan tanaman hijau, yaitu ibu kota akan menjadi kota yang hijau dan cerdas atau smart. Transportasi harus nol emisi. Lalu bagaimana mempercepat proses pembangunan ibu kota menjadi kota hijau dan cerdas tersebut? Sekali lagi, transfer teknologi dan pengetahuan dari negara-negara maju ke negara kami, termasuk negara berkembang, sangatlah diperlukan. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sebagai pemerintah provinsi di negara tropis, saya berasumsi bahwa koalisi Under2 akan menjadi pemain kunci dalam mendukung pemerintah daerah untuk mempercepat transisi di sektor energi, transportasi, dan industri. Pertukaran teknologi, transfer pengetahuan, atau investasi hijau pada industri harus segera dimulai. Saya pikir ini adalah fokus kebijakan atau perencanaan utama untuk tahun 2022. Bergandengan tangan untuk mendukung setiap anggota dalam koalisi ini akan memperkuat kita dalam mencapai tujuan mencapai nol emisi bersih tahun 2030. Saya kira itu, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And so I have to get out, or have to go because to get to the airport, my flight to London.
Great, thank you very much, Governor Noor, and hopefully people caught some of that on the translation, but we will be sharing a translation of that afterwards in English. And for the rest of the session, you've got headsets, and we're translating into English, Spanish and Portuguese, I believe. So thank you very much, and now I would like to invite the Honourable President from Catalonia, President Aragonés, to share experience from Catalonia.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to be part of this panel. I will try to be brief and schematic. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. I will try to be brief and schematic in order to fit the main issues I want to highlight into the time slot assigned. The first idea I want to convey about the future of energy, transportation, and industry is that the green transition is imperative. It's need for an environmental point of view and in order to fight against climate change. This is much self-evident. The future of the planet, it's important enough to commit ourselves into this transition.
I don't know.
Don't worry.
Whoever's that is, I've turned it off, so you won't listen.
Okay, so let's continue. However, the transition is also need from an economic point of view. Any economic sector, any productive sector that it's not involved, collaborate, and promotes the green transition, this sector will not be viable. It has no future, and it doesn't have a future because we can continue to push our economy beyond the limits of the planet. Second reflection, this transition involves deep changes and transformations. Changes in how we live, how we produce, distribute, and consume. Changes that must be able to accelerate and drive, ensuring that the green transformation is not only fair, but also leaves no one behind and helps generate new opportunities and shared prosperity for citizens. Its ultimate objective is to help improve people's lives. Third, these changes must be governed and complemented. Governments at all levels must have the capacity to promote all those initiatives and projects that transform the productive economy of our countries. All those business initiatives that have a positive impact for the betterment of society must be supported. Therefore, in parallel with the responsibility to regulate change, we must have the vocation and the capacity to undertake and work together with the private sector. Summing up, green transition, change in the productive model to improve the lives of citizens, entrepreneurship, and finally, extraordinary investments to accelerate change. And here, without any doubt, Catalonia has a unique opportunity as an European region with the next generation funds that the European Union has created to revive the economy after the COVID pandemic. For us, it's an extraordinary opportunity. The European Next Generation funds that account for all Europe, about 100 billion euros. The Next Generation funds must serve to create a strong, sustainable, and resilient productive backbone to our economies. They should be used to innovate, not to plug holes. Any money that is not invested in terms of transformation will be money spent in vain. So Catalonia is following through on these ideals with all possible conviction and determination. For the legislative level, through an ambitious climate change law, or the recent approval of an executive order that seeks to accelerate the implementation of renewable energies as we finalize our law on energy transition. From a strategic level, for example, by promoting clearly and decisively on the circular economy. And we also follow through on this transformation by supporting or directly promoting transformational projects. For example, the production of green hydrogen in an alliance with the chemical and oil industry to transform this industry to generate hydrogen and create an hydrogen valley in the area of Tarragona in Catalonia. The use of biomass and biogas in alliance with the agriculture industry and food industry. Third example, the creation of a public energy company. And fourth, the improvement of the public transport network and the promotion of electric mobility. The car industry in Catalonia accounts for the 10% of the GDP, so we have to transform all this industry. And finally, by supporting a reindustrialization process based on digitalization and sustainability of all those sectors that are important of our economy, as automotive or the food industry, I said before. In summary, these are the values and the objectives behind the different initiatives that Catalonia is implementing in order to transform our energy system, mobility, and industrial production. These are the examples. I think these examples can be useful for you, as it has been for me, to know more about everyone's experiences. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Aragonés. And now we're joined by George Hayman, Minister for Environment and Climate Change Strategy from British Columbia, one of the only states to have a Climate Change Accountability Act. Minister Hayman, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to join everyone here at the Under2 Coalition. We have an opportunity to learn lessons from each other as well as sharing our own experiences as we work together to address climate. I had the pleasure 10 days ago, no, almost 2 weeks ago, of introducing the first update of our climate plan called Clean BC. And underpinning that plan are some basic principles, and we try to align all the actions with those principles. The first one is affordability, so that in fact, we bring people along. We make life accessible for them. We make a better life accessible for them. But at the same time, we ensure that they support the plans that we're bringing forward to fight climate change. Another principle is equity and ensuring that we're dealing fairly with all groups, with whether it's gendered, whether it's income level, whether it's racialized people, and whether in the case of British Columbia, where we have a large number of Indigenous nations, we're advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And finally, we want to ensure that we're supporting the building of a diverse and modern economy with new job opportunities for everyone. So with those principles in mind, we brought forward our roadmap to 2030. We took stronger action. We outlined stronger actions where we've seen success, and we're expanding and diversifying the number of actions we're going to take in different pathways to expand our commitments. We've learned in the first 3 years of our plan that things don't always work out the way we hoped or the way we modeled them. So with the new plan, we've set out 8 pathways on key sectors and have a range of options with each one. It doesn't mean we haven't modeled specific reduction amounts in each pathway. We have, but we understand now that we will have to make it a very iterative process. We'll have to not only make firm commitments in particular areas, which I'll outline in a moment. We have to see what is working best, what new technologies are available, so that we continue to find the most cost-effective pathway that yields the greatest amount of emission reductions. Let me give you just a few highlights or examples of what we're doing. We already in British Columbia have 100% clean and renewable electricity. That's a big advantage. But we also know that for total energy use in the province, it's still predominantly fossil fuel, and we have to move away from that. So we've made some significant inroads with policies like a low carbon fuel standard modeled on the state of California. I should mention that British Columbia is the furthest west province in Canada, a population slightly less than Scotland's, with a land mass about 12 times as much. So with our low carbon fuel standard, we're blending renewable fuels like biogas with gas and diesel, and we also have an offsetting option where GHG reductions supported in other areas of the economy can be used to count as the necessary credits to meet the target. We've already reduced the carbon intensity of our fuels by around 10%, and we actually didn't have to use the offsetting option. And the standard will become increasingly stringent over time. We're looking to increase it to a minimum of 30% content by 2030. British Columbia also was the first jurisdiction in the world to legislate a mandatory target of new light-duty vehicle sales to be zero emission, and we had several benchmarks. We're already 2% ahead of the target of 10 that we set for 2025. So this is an example of where we made our targets even more ambitious, and we are now looking to be 90% zero emission by 2030 and 100% by 2035. We're more than double the national average, and I believe we're the highest per capita in North America. And we will now move to mandate targets for medium and heavy duty vehicles, modeling that on California. We also, in the case of industry, have taken a number of steps to support industrial decarbonization. We've had a carbon tax, a carbon price in British Columbia for 13 years. It's stayed at the same level for a while, and since our government formed 4 years ago, we've been raising the price. But part of it is we want to protect our industries in British Columbia that are carbon intensive, but less carbon intensive in their sectors than other jurisdictions, from losing market share to those jurisdictions and actually defeating the purpose of reducing carbon by replacing their products with more carbon intense products from elsewhere. One of the significant features is we take a large part of the carbon tax that these industries pay and plow it back into the application of more emission reducing technologies in those industries on their application and co-funding. And when an industry or a sector, for instance, aluminum, is at or exceeding the world-leading benchmark for carbon intensity, we return a significant amount of the carbon tax to them, so there's an added incentive built in. And we will continue to work on that as we raise our carbon price to $170 a ton minimum by 2030. We have a target for methane reduction. We want near complete elimination of methane across industries by 2035, and specifically in oil and gas, 75% reduction of methane emissions by 2030. We are working with industry to electrify, whether it is the specially used vehicles or long-haul trucks or on-site trucks for mines. We've had a lot of success in helping industry reduce emissions by continuing to electrify. We have many more actions we're looking to take, whether it's building standards. New buildings will have to be zero carbon by 2030, as well as all new space and water heating equipment. And we're investing with our local communities to help them with infrastructure and buildings. In short, we're learning as we go. We're implementing some hard targets. We're also using cooperation and carbon pricing. We're trying to build better communities, compact communities served by public transit and jobs close to home. And we're also committed to partnering with everyone in this coalition to learn from each other and amplify our actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Heyman. It's great to hear that story, those stories, but also your point about learning as you go and learning from one another is what we're all about and what this afternoon's all about. And now I'm excited to hear from Guanajuato, apologies again, in Mexico, Secretary Ortiz Mantilla.
Sí, vamos a aclarar un poquito, es Guanajuato, pero yo sé que es complicada la pronunciación, no hay ningún problema. Muchas gracias. Me parece importante señalar, Guanajuato coincide en que los gobiernos subnacionales somos pieza clave para mitigar las emisiones. Y además coincide en que juntos podemos verdaderamente avanzar en la acción climática. Juntos y haciendo equipo, entonces esta coalición es pieza clave para lograrlo. De igual forma lo señaló mi compañera Zaida hace un rato. En el caso de los gobiernos mexicanos, hemos decidido verdaderamente hacer equipo y trabajar de la mano. Tenemos una asociación donde ahora trabajamos juntos. Pero ahora retomaré el hablar a nombre de Guanajuato. Guanajuato está en el centro de México, justamente como si fuera el corazón. Y tenemos 6 millones de habitantes y somos la sexta economía a nivel nacional, con un gran desarrollo en temas de minería, industria automotriz, agroindustria. Entonces tenemos un gran reto para mitigar estas emisiones. Por eso hemos apostado en fortalecer nuestros instrumentos de política pública. ¿Y cómo lo estamos haciendo? A través de la actualización de nuestra ley estatal de cambio climático. En esta ley estatal hemos generado instrumentos que nos parecen que son la base sólida para contar con una política climática y con una política energética que verdaderamente acelere esta acción climática. Y bueno, estos dos instrumentos que son las bases de esta acción climática son el presupuesto de carbono. Este presupuesto de carbono es establecer los límites objetivos de emisiones en un lapso determinado. Y de igual manera estamos estableciendo las rutas sectoriales de descarbonización. Es decir, ¿qué es lo que tiene que reducir sus emisiones? El transporte, la industria, cada uno de manera particular. Pero nos parece fundamental que todo esto vaya de la mano con las metas que tenemos a nivel nacional y también los grandes compromisos internacionales. Estas metas nosotros los hemos presentado, el gobernador lo hizo público y estamos muy conscientes que habrá cosas que podemos avanzar solos, pero habrá algunas otras que también las estamos poniendo como metas condicionadas. ¿Qué hemos avanzado solos? Tenemos un programa muy completo de calentadores solares para viviendas. Hemos estado apostándole a la ecotecnología de manera importante y de igual forma estos calentadores solares los estamos complementando con sistemas fotovoltaicos para edificios públicos y para escuelas. Tenemos un programa que se llama Escuelas por el Clima, donde le apostamos a la eficiencia energética, a las energías renovables, a los sistemas de captación de agua de lluvia y a la educación ambiental, para que sean nuestros niños quienes también conozcan y adopten todo este proceso de transición. Y algo fundamental, al estar Guanajuato justo en el centro de México, tenemos una gran movilidad. Estamos apostados a la electromovilidad, queremos ser líderes en la región y por eso, la apuesta es al transporte público eléctrico, al establecimiento de zonas de recarga, de estaciones de recarga y de igual forma al acompañamiento de nuestras 7 armadoras de autos que tenemos en el estado para que le apuesten a la electromovilidad. Estamos muy conscientes que, hay mucho por hacer. Estamos verdaderamente convencidos que trabajando juntos con esta coalición y con todos ustedes y con nuestros compañeros de México, podremos también verdaderamente acelerar esta acción climática. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary Ortiz Mantilla. Guanajuato, is that better? Getting there? We said we're learning together, so I'm learning in front of you. And finally, for this panel, we have Secretary Theodorakis from Massachusetts, where offshore wind has been a real game changer, not just for providing energy, but for jobs as well. Secretary.
Thank you to the Under2 Coalition and the Climate Group for once again bringing subnationals together for learning exchanges and to meet and bring home these innovative ideas to all of our parts of the world. Groups like this have been so important, particularly for the United States during the last 4 years when we were out of the Paris Agreement, and it allowed many of our state colleagues to step up and really take a leadership role to show the cumulative emission reductions that we were still getting as states all across the country. In Massachusetts, Governor Baker has signed into law sweeping new climate legislation that sets a net zero by 2050 target, and that also requires us to hit below 50% emission reductions by 2030, so coming up very closely. And that work has been framed by several years of planning, looking all the way out to 2050 and then backing back to 2030 to understand the changes we need to make in an equitable manner, in an affordable manner, and looking at pathways that allow us to replace pieces of infrastructure when they're at the end of their life cycle, which really speaks to the affordability of making this transition. In the energy sector, what we see across all different pathways is that we are underpinned by a significant offshore wind resource. We have super high capacity right off our coast. We're in the process of procuring 3,200, either building or procuring 3,200 megawatts of offshore wind now. But by 2050, we see 15 to 25 gigawatts of offshore wind coming online just for the state of Massachusetts, which means we're looking at doing about 1,000 megawatts of procurement and development each year starting in the 2030s. That wind resource needs to be underpinned by a couple of things. First, we need firm, clean resources like hydropower, and we are working to bring hydropower into the state. But second, we need interstate transmission, and we need transmission to support the offshore wind generation that we're building off our coast, and working with other states who are doing the same up and down the eastern seaboard is something that is of big interest and importance going forward. While we're making progress on the electric generation side, the two places we really see as where we're going to need to pull significant emission reductions going forward is from the heating and the transportation sector. So plugging in those sectors into all of this clean generation. But if we look at our goals, 50% of the emissions in Massachusetts that we need to reduce to hit our 2030 target are actually need to come from private homes and private vehicles. And so the solutions we're designing need to be affordable, they need to be equitable, and they need to convince people that these are the right choices to make. We're doing a lot on the energy efficiency front, particularly steering incentives towards low income, minority, and environmental justice communities that have not been able to receive these incentives in the past, also particularly renters. We are also looking at new building codes and how can we make sure that we're building envelopes for today that are compliant with a net zero pathway. In the transportation sector, we have a suite of strategies moving forward, from incentives to building more walkable and bikeable communities, and to phasing out the sales of combustion vehicles by 2035. So in 2035, we will only be selling zero emission vehicles. We've also been working for several years now on developing a multi-state regional greenhouse gas initiative around transportation, a cap and trade program that would phase down the amount of emissions from the transport sector. At the same time as this work to mitigate continues, we've taken an all-of-government approach to the changes we need to make on the adaptation front, knowing that we are already committed and already seeing some of the impacts to climate change. We've assessed our risks all across the state in every sector, and we're working now with 93% of our cities and towns through local partnerships to provide them the technical information, the science on the climate they're going to see, the impacts, and then to back up that planning work with significant funding. We've spent $65 million in the last 3 years to build resilient infrastructure projects and use nature-based solutions in communities across Massachusetts. We have much work to do there as we change our standards, building codes, and other regulatory frameworks to reflect a changing climate. but we're looking forward to implementing that, and really to implementing it in a way where our budget is actually structured to look at both the impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and the impact in terms of increasing climate risk. And so as a state, we are budgeting with climate in mind. It's a pleasure to be here, just a little bit of an overview, but I just want to say how grateful we are in Massachusetts for the opportunity to be with peers from across the world who are working on these difficult solutions and new and exciting policies.
Thank you very much, and it's great to hear all these examples. You know, as we're here this week, we hear about targets and long-term plans, but we know we need to take action now, and these are all just great examples of how everyone is getting on with the transition and how we learn from one another. So I want to thank again this excellent panel, and we're going to turn now to a video message from Raffaella Cattaneo, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change from Lombardy, who couldn't be with us here in person, but wanted to also offer his reflections.
Raffaele Cattaneo, Regional Minister for Environment and Climate of Lombardy region in Italy. Good afternoon, everybody, dear colleagues and friends of Under2 Coalition. Lombardy region is a region of 10 million inhabitants, the region of Milan, the most developed region in Italy, one of the stronger economic regions in Europe. We have been a leader of the traditional economic model, and now we are aware that we have to change our model of development. If we would remain in a leadership position in the next 10, 20, 30 years, we have to move quickly in a different direction, the direction of sustainable development. That means circular economy, not linear economy, energy transition towards renewable sources, and so on. To do this so large change, we need to learn from the best practices of other regions and subnational governments all around the world. And this is the help that we are taking by the Under2 Coalition experiences. So I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to listen so many important, concrete experience coming from your regions and countries. What is the best focus for the next year? Well, first of all, we are working on a regional climate law to support mitigation and adaptation with clear legislative rules. Secondly, we are approving 2 plans, a plan toward circular economy and the regional climate and energy environmental plan to support how we are doing to set up energy transition. That means for us 1/3 of reduction of consumption in the next 10 years and double the production of energy from sustainable and renewable resources.
Thank you, Minister Cattaneo. And normally the minister's with us in person, and I thought we were missing his energy, so it was great to see it on that video there. So having all sectors working towards a common goal is absolutely vital to driving down emissions overall, and we're looking forward to hearing from all those panelists about progress in the months ahead. But now we're turning to another topic which has been the top of the agenda at this COP, agriculture, forestry, and land use. On Tuesday, more than 100 world leaders promised to end and reverse deforestation by 2030, and this is vital to keeping carbon in the ground and protecting biodiversity worldwide. So welcome to our next panel, and I'd like to invite Secretary Crowfoot of California to open this panel. We've obviously heard a lot in recent years about devastating wildfires in California. Why is the issue of land use so important, and how can we reverse current trends of deforestation?
Thanks so much. I think my colleague Jared Blumenfeld shared a little of this morning, but over the last couple of years, we've lost 1 out of every 20 acres in California to catastrophic wildfire. Our communities across California are now dealing with weeks, sometimes months of dangerous smoke. Where I live in the capital city, my 7-year-old daughter wasn't able to play outside for a significant portion of last summer and the summer before because of smoke. and many communities are literally wiped off the map from catastrophic wildfire. So in California, the house is burning, literally. And so what we need to do is obviously drive more quickly toward our target of 2045 carbon neutrality. We're proud in California that as the world's 5th largest economy, we have reduced carbon emissions while growing our economy. We've met our initial goal that we set in 2007, but it's not good enough. We need to bend the curve. And what we realized is that land, natural and working lands, is a missing piece of the puzzle. And so we're racing to actually catch up to ensure that reaching that net zero, that carbon neutrality, requires us to turn our natural and working lands into better, more efficient, more well-managed sinks for carbon. So I think a lot of our jurisdictions have been very good at renewable energy, building electrification or building decarbonization, transportation electrification, but we're all working really hard to quantify, to measure, to manage our farms, our forests, our ranches, our protected areas to maximize carbon sequestration and make sure that we're sustaining that sequestration. In California, we have just released our first natural and working lands climate strategy, very specifically focused on what is it going to take to actually ensure that our lands are a part of the sustained effort to get to net zero. We passed a law last year to ensure that our scoping plan, which is essentially our binding roadmap to achieve our carbon targets, has a numeric target for sequestering carbon. That's really important because it's fine to include lands as a talking point, but we have to measure and hold ourselves accountable for actually our lands being part of our quantified progress. So here's what I'd ask for from Under2 and the Secretariat. Let's not reinvent the wheel in each of our jurisdictions. This is complicated stuff, at least from our perspective, to understand how we measure carbon on our lands, how we manage our lands, and how we measure progress, what criteria we put on the permanence or the durability of sequestration. And so we're not gonna do the job we need to do if we're trying to figure that out in silos. You know, just at the lunch, I was talking to leaders from New South Wales and Australia that are making progress on the exact same issue. So I would say what we need is our leaders talking about this, but almost more importantly, the people who are smarter than me anyways, behind the scenes, really understanding what are the instruments, the measurements, the programs that are going to get us there. So I'm excited to be here today and to learn from colleagues more on this topic.
Thank you so much, Secretary Crowfoot, and absolutely agree with you on that need. Yes, great one. And absolutely agree, and all of the policy projects we work on is absolutely about learning from one another and not making it up, because we really, really don't have time, as you said. And now we'll go to Brazil, where the issue of deforestation in the Amazon rainforest is reported almost every day. Governor Mendes joins us from Mato Grosso, a state where over 95% of greenhouse gas emissions relate to land use change, agriculture, and livestock. Governor Mendes, have you been making progress in this area over the past year?
Boa tarde a todos. Eu acho que houve equívoco na agenda. Eu sou do estado do Mato Grosso do Sul, não do estado do Mato Grosso. Mas vou falar das ações que nós estamos mitigando no estado do Mato Grosso do Sul. O estado do Mato Grosso do Sul é o estado que tem a maior parte do Pantanal. Quando nós ouvimos também no ano passado toda a questão de incêndios florestais, nós tivemos aí uma série de incêndios na região do Pantanal. O estado de Mato Grosso do Sul tem o tamanho, para os senhores terem uma ideia, tamanho da Alemanha, né, para ter uma proporcionalidade. E nós colocamos como alvo a neutralização de carbono 2030. E para isso nós começamos em 2015, primeiro com uma lei estadual de mudanças climáticas. E essa lei estadual passou a basear todas as políticas públicas. Então, toda política pública voltada Aí o incentivo da produção, mudança de uso da terra, ela necessariamente passa pela descarbonização ou por tecnologias que possam fazer a sua descarbonização. E por isso que nós temos essa meta audaciosa, sob o ponto de vista de política pública, em 2030 estarmos neutralizados. E um dos pontos principais, foi muito bem colocado aqui pelo meu colega da Califórnia, é exatamente a questão de sequestro de carbono em solos. Eu acho que essa é uma posição fundamental para o Brasil. Quando nós falamos no Brasil de agricultura sustentável, o Brasil passa ainda por um crescimento muito forte da agricultura, principalmente uma agricultura de commodities, uma agricultura exportadora, e nós temos que transformar essa agricultura em sistemas sustentáveis. E é isso que, na verdade, todo o Brasil tem buscado definir tecnologia e métodos adequados. Um outro ponto importante para o Brasil trata-se da questão da pecuária. O Brasil assumiu agora um posicionamento de reduzir 30% os gases metano, e isso afeta diretamente a nossa produção pecuária. Nós somos exportadores de carne bovina, e para isso, obviamente, que o Brasil também tem feito uma série de medidas. O primeiro medida já federal e nacional definida é a intensificação dos processos de produção da pecuária. Esse é um ponto fundamental, encurtando o ciclo de vida dos bovinos de tal forma que a gente tenha emissões de metano evitadas. Essa é uma questão fundamental. No âmbito especificamente do Pantanal, que é uma área úmida, área alagada úmida, maior área alagada úmida do mundo, né? Nós temos uma pecuária onde existe um projeto muito claro de desenvolver uma pecuária sustentável. Uma pecuária sustentável visando, posteriormente, a questão do desenvolvimento da pecuária orgânica. Eu acho que esse é um ponto fundamental. Para que a gente discuta a sustentabilidade e orgânico e carne orgânica, nós necessariamente passamos pela qualificação dessas propriedades, buscando exatamente que essas propriedades sejam sustentáveis. Hoje, no estado de Mato Grosso do Sul, assim como boa parte do Brasil, ninguém entra mais num programa de incentivo, sob o ponto de vista de produção, sem ter a sua regularização ambiental definida. Eu acho que o Brasil tem uma oportunidade única, que é definitivamente fazer o cadastro ambiental rural. Com o cadastro ambiental rural, o Brasil automaticamente protege 20% de todas as suas florestas. Esse é um ponto fundamental. O Brasil não terminou a análise ainda de todas as suas propriedades, mas só esse elemento ela é fundamental quando nós falamos em expansão do agro brasileiro. E como desafio, nós temos a questão da avaliação dos inventários. Acho que a gestão desse processo do todo, a contribuição de cada uma das atividades, seria como nós tivéssemos um balance scorecard avaliado, tentando chegar ao carbono neutro em 2030, mas cada uma das atividades sendo medidas sobre qual é o tamanho da contribuição de cada uma das suas atividades. E o segundo ponto, os estados brasileiros têm se mobilizado fortemente para definir políticas específicas subnacionais. E para isso, nós recentemente criamos, junto com outros 25 estados, um consórcio verde, quer dizer, uma instituição jurídica dos estados, para que esses estados possam também buscar recursos nos fundos internacionais, mas diretamente para ações locais. Então, nós temos muitas experiências. Eu acho que o Brasil tem muito a contribuir com a solução do problema da questão da mitigação dos gases de efeito estufa, e tem muitos programas no âmbito estaduais prontos. O que eles precisam é dar escalabilidade a esses programas. O que nós precisamos é a capacidade técnica da ciência, da pesquisa e recursos para que a gente consiga dar escala a todos esses programas. E assim, com certeza, cada um dos nossos estados conseguirá contribuir para que a gente chegue em 2050, que é a proposta brasileira, com 50% das emissões totalmente já neutralizadas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the mix-up there. I understand some people didn't turn up, and you did turn up, Secretary Vuruk, so thank you very much. We're going to stay in Brazil now, and we're going to hear from Secretary Israel Milane of ACA. Secretary, agriculture is obviously a big concern in your region. How do you balance that with the need to conserve the rainforest?
Muito bom dia a todos. Prazer estar aqui falando em nome do governador Gladys Cameli. O Acre é um estado, um dos menores estados da Amazônia, são pouco mais de 163 mil hectares, onde nós temos mais de 2.500.000 hectares de áreas consolidadas. Nós, como estado, pela primeira vez, criamos o Centro Integrado de Geoprocessamento e Monitoramento Ambiental, onde, de uma vez por todas, conseguimos quantificar e qualificar toda a questão do desmatamento, todo acompanhamento hidrometeorológico do nosso estado, conseguimos trabalhar as missões de comando e controle de uma forma mais objetiva. Apesar de estarmos no centro da Amazônia, sofremos com duas grandes crises, assim como a Califórnia com a questão do fogo, né, que é noticiado no mundo inteiro por conta de todas as pressões que nós vemos sofrendo na Amazônia, e na época do inverno nosso, inverno amazônico, muita água. Para os senhores terem uma ideia, nosso estado tem 22 municípios. No ano passado, nós ficamos com 16 municípios submersos, com cidades com mais de 40%, 50% embaixo d'água. E chega no verão, pessoas da nossa floresta não têm água potável para beber. Então, nós temos que cuidar do nosso Acre, cuidar da nossa Amazônia. Com o avanço do Sigma, conseguimos colocar toda a parte de cadastro ambiental rural, assim como o Mato Grosso vem nos falando. Hoje, o Acre tem um cadastro ambiental rural mais avançado do Brasil. São mais de 53 mil propriedades, onde nós temos mais de 16 mil propriedades, cadastros já analisados. Isso nos permite fomentar a política pública de maneira correta, nos permite ter um diagnóstico exato de como está cada propriedade do nosso estado, para poder dar o passo seguinte, que é a regularização ambiental. Quando nós estamos levando um programa de regularização ambiental em todos os municípios, com a alocação que nós fizemos com a carreta do educador ambiental, onde nós estamos capacitando os técnicos das secretarias municipais de meio ambiente, onde nós estamos levando a educação ambiental para as crianças, para criar uma consciência ambiental em todo o nosso estado, nós também estamos levando o serviço de regularização ambiental. Pegando aqueles proprietários de terra que foram aí, tem o desmatamento além do normal, tem o passivo ambiental, e nós estamos regularizando com modelos de SAFs, são sistemas agroflorestais, que além das pessoas, além desses proprietários conseguirem se regularizar, eles ainda vão ter aí um retorno econômico em pequeno, médio e longo prazo. E também a questão da recomposição florestal, que o programa de regularização ambiental tem no seu ponto final a recomposição florestal. O Acre vem investindo muito na questão dos manejos comunitários. Nós temos mais de 180 mil hectares de manejo comunitário em pleno funcionamento. Hoje, o setor madeireiro no Acre, de maneira legal, é o PIB número 1 do nosso estado, em exportação. Isso nos dá muito orgulho. É madeira legal, com toda uma cadeia de custódia, chegando em todos os pontos do mundo. Nós estamos com a concessão florestal, são mais de 250 mil hectares de concessão florestal, como a lei prestes a ser aprovada agora pela nossa Assembleia Legislativa. Se eu não me engano, é a terceira maior concessão florestal do Brasil. Acho que só perdemos ali para as do Pará. Vejo o secretário Mauro aqui, Pará muito bem representado. Nós temos também fortalecimento na questão da agricultura e da pecuária. Hoje, para terem uma ideia, a pecuária no Acre é um pouco mais de uma cabeça de gado por hectare. Nós estamos tentando levar aí acima de 4 cabeças por hectare, para a gente poder otimizar as nossas áreas já consolidadas, para que nós não tenhamos mais que desmatar para chegar com um agronegócio sustentável. A piscicultura, nós temos um grande potencial. Toda a área do Acre, temos o que mais necessita na piscicultura, que é a água, nós conseguimos reter muita água, e o sol, que traz oxigênio para o peixe, e que nós podemos aí ter uma cadeia produtiva da piscicultura muito forte. Para isso, nós temos alguns complexos de piscicultura bem implementados no nosso estado. Também é uma alternativa para o pequeno, médio e grande produtor do nosso estado. O Acre é um dos poucos estados da Amazônia que já temos a carne bovina livre de aftosa sem vacinação. Já estamos conseguindo chegar nos mais exigentes mercados da Europa e mesmo do Brasil. Então, nós costumo brincar, nós somos um estado pequeno, porém muito audacioso, com várias metas. Nosso plano é até 2030 conseguir reduzir. Então, o governo vem fazendo esforço, não vem medindo esforço para que isso ocorra. Para vocês terem uma ideia, nós quase triplicamos as missões de comando e controle do nosso estado. Conseguimos chegar na ponta de maneira mais qualificada. Antigamente, um fiscal saía da cidade, da sede da secretaria, sem saber onde ir. Hoje, com o centro integrado, ele já sai com o nome do infrator, com o telefone dele, o e-mail, com tudo isso com base no cadastro ambiental rural e no trabalho que nós vemos fazendo dentro do Sigma. Agora, eu faço um convite a vocês, a todos que estão aqui, a sonhar com a Amazônia um pouco melhor, sonhar com o Acre um pouco melhor. Lá nós temos quase 1 milhão de habitantes que precisam viver e viver bem da Amazônia. Eles não precisam sobreviver, não são animais. Eles têm que viver bem. E para viver bem, nós temos que levar educação, temos que levar qualidade de vida, nós temos que levar um futuro melhor para os jovens que cada vez mais estão se perdendo por conta de facções criminosas, por conta de narcotráfico. Nós precisamos dar uma expectativa de vida melhor para o Amazônia e especialmente para os nossos acreanos. Então, o governo vem com esse intuito. Diminuímos os índices de feminicídio no nosso estado, estamos diminuindo todos os indicadores, porém nós precisamos deixar um Acre melhor para gerações futuras. É isso que nós vemos trabalhando. O governo do estado do Acre não tem medido esforços para reduzir o desmatamento ilegal e fortalecer cada vez mais a agricultura de baixo carbono. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Turning now to one of the newest members of the Under2 coalition, the Isle of Man, we're pleased to be joined by Daphne Kane from the House of Keys, who's recently been appointed chair of the Climate Change Transformation Board. So what role does land use have in the Isle of Man's plans to reach net zero by 2050?
Oh, thank you very much. And fast am I. Good afternoon, everybody. And I'd just like to say what a privilege it is to be here and how wonderful to be able to listen and benefit from the wisdom, the knowledge, the experiences of all the members here today of the Under2 coalition. For those who may not be aware, the Isle of Man is a very small island at the very centre of the British Isles, although we are an independent jurisdiction. And we've had our own experience of the impact of climate change in a small way, but still pretty devastating for the people affected on the island by recent floods. We've had two significant rainfall events that devastated Laxey village that's at the centre of my constituency on the northeast coast. And although we're only an island of 33 miles by 12, so about 52 kilometres by 20, we know that there are 4,000 homes that have been identified. That's about 10% of all properties at risk of flooding in the future, either from significant rainfall events or rising sea levels. So although we're small, we have very ambitious plans to take our part on the international stage and play a role in tackling climate change to keep 1.5 alive. We're very proud in the Isle of Man to be the first whole nation UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, and we're working hard to effectively integrate our response to the climate and ecological emergencies into the way we manage our land. The Isle of Man government is currently developing an integrated land management plan to maximise carbon sequestration and maintain and restore biodiversity and wider ecosystem services. This plan will help the Isle of Man to achieve net zero by increasing our carbon sequestration, planning land use changes to maximise sequestration and minimise emissions, and balancing the requirements of land use sectors in a sustainable way. Agriculture is culturally important to our community, and we are actively working with farmers and with technical specialists at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology to better understand our current agricultural emissions and how we can work together to reduce them. Whilst the Isle of Man has limited woodland areas, a number of government and partner initiatives are underway to increase tree cover and ensure that forestry and woodland is planned for maximum benefits for climate change, whilst also supporting ecosystems and biodiversity. For example, the Isle of Man government has recently established a new woodland grant scheme, which provides for the creation of woodlands on private land. And local NGO, the Manx Wildlife Trust, has a project to expand and link patches of woodland to increase sequestration and bring wide benefits in terms of biodiversity, education, and recreational use. Additionally, the government recently planted 100,000 trees to establish a large community woodland, and a second is due to be established soon. In fact, the previous administration announced a People's Wood and pledged to plant a tree for every resident of the Isle of Man, and that is 85,000 trees in one particular woodland. In terms of how Under2 Coalition supports governments to accelerate transition in these sectors, We were delighted to be accepted into the illustrious company of like-minded jurisdictions in the Under2 coalition just a little bit earlier this year. We are very positive that the coalition can help us accelerate our transition through learning and, importantly, through information sharing, particularly on how other states and regions have overcome some of the more challenging issues. We are keen to learn what methods of financing for nature-based solutions have been successful in other areas. And we'd really like to find out more about how regions have balanced land use between the often competing interests of agriculture, biofuels, and biodiversity needs. We would also be keen to understand how social and cultural barriers can be overcome, particularly in traditional industries such as agriculture. We are looking forward to learning from our colleagues in this forum and about how other states and regions have worked with people to create change and strike an appropriate balance between climate ambition and keeping the community on board. The opportunity to share our experiences and learn from others on these challenging issues is something we relish. In terms of the key policy planning focus in these sectors for 2022, just to focus on two, I would value a focus on delivering net biodiversity gain with all land use change and ensuring that action to support emissions reduction, for example, biofuel cultivation, does not take place at the expense of ecosystem services. I would also welcome a further focus on a low carbon farming strategy and how the wealth of local knowledge that our farmers have can be harnessed to find the best possible solutions to reduce emissions, increase sequestration, and sustain and improve rural livelihoods and local food production. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this valuable session.
Thank you very much. And I'd now like to invite Secretary Graf Montero from Jalisco to speak. Jalisco has been an active member of the Climate Footprint Project and has really stepped up its emissions tracking in recent years. Secretary.
Thank you very much. Buenas tardes. Primero quisiera extender mi agradecimiento en nombre del gobernador de Jalisco, Enrique Alfaro, a la coalición Under2 Coalition por el soporte brindado a nuestro estado en estos últimos años y poner sobre la mesa esta plataforma colaborativa entre todos los gobiernos subnacionales. Ha sido una iniciativa fundamental en lo que tenemos que hacer en el futuro. El incremento de la demanda de alimentos ha ocasionado grandes impactos ambientales, primero aumentando la pérdida de la biodiversidad, los ecosistemas y sobre todo los servicios ambientales que estos prestan para el bienestar de nuestras sociedades. Asimismo, la agricultura y la ganadería contribuyen sustancialmente al aumento de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y, a su vez, la producción de alimentos sufre en grandes regiones de los efectos del cambio climático, aumentando la vulnerabilidad de las comunidades rurales y agudizando las condiciones de pobreza alrededor del mundo. Esto no es excepcional para México, es una situación que vivimos como muchos países. Y en México, Jalisco es conocido como el gigante agroalimentario. Representamos el 12% del Producto Interno Bruto agroalimentario del país y somos el principal productor de leche, huevo, carne, agave, el segundo productor de aguacate en el mundo y de otros productos, lo que ha derivado en una tendencia creciente a la degradación ambiental y pérdida de recursos naturales. Por una parte, nuestro estado ha desarrollado iniciativas para detener los principales motores de deforestación y degradación de los ecosistemas forestales, ya que sin la naturaleza difícilmente vamos a poder llegar a una neutralidad de carbono en el planeta. Y hemos desarrollado una agenda para detener la deforestación y degradación en el cultivo de aguacate, de agave para la producción de tequila y la producción de carne de res. Para ello, nuestras políticas se han enfocado a mitigar los impactos y riesgos generados por la producción de estos productos, que si bien han posicionado a Jalisco en el mundo, sabemos que tenemos una responsabilidad ambiental importante por cumplir y tenemos un camino claro para lograrlo. Como parte de nuestra estrategia de integración de la biodiversidad a los sectores productivos, hemos impulsado cadenas productivas sostenibles de carne, aguacate y tequila. Esta última incluye el lanzamiento de la marca de certificación Agave Responsable Ambiental, un certificado de tequila libre de deforestación con base 2016, que es parte de un convenio de colaboración con la iniciativa privada entre el Consejo Regulador del Tequila, ya que es una denominación de origen, la industria tequilera y el gobierno de Jalisco. Además, este protocolo establece las bases para la formulación y conducción de un esquema de cooperación institucional que coadyuve a la sustentabilidad del sector tequilero a través de mejores prácticas productivas en energía y agua. Esta iniciativa, que se lanzó en la COP25, ya es una realidad, y hace unos días, tras completar el proceso de verificación establecido por las partes, otorgamos la primera certificación de agave responsable ambiental en México a un lote de tequila Don Julio Blanco de una empresa escocesa, convirtiéndose así en la primera marca en obtener esta distinción y abriendo camino para que en las siguientes semanas sean muchas más las compañías que obtengan la certificación, misma que brinda al consumidor la certeza que el tequila fue fabricado de forma responsable con el medio ambiente. Esperamos que al 2026 el 100% del tequila producido en Jalisco tenga libre deforestación. Por otro lado, para frenar la deforestación y degradación forestal causada por el pastoreo del ganado bovino en bosques y selvas, hemos desarrollado un proyecto con apoyo y financiamiento del gobierno de Noruega a través del Governors for Climate and Forest Task Force y la Organización por Natura Sur, y trabajamos en este mismo proyecto en conjunto con otros proyectos patrocinados por el Reino Unido a través de UK PAC y por el Climate Land Use Alliance, con el objetivo de desarrollar un protocolo de certificación ambiental que por medio de un sello garantice la comercialización de carne que no haya causado deforestación en su proceso de producción y simultáneamente genere ingresos complementarios a los productores por la venta de bonos de carbono en el mercado voluntario. Con ello, Jalisco busca alcanzar la meta de reducción de al menos el 50% de la deforestación en el 2024 y el 90% en el 2030. Por otra parte, la producción pecuaria representa una importante fuente de emisiones y escurrimiento contaminante hacia los cuerpos de agua. En este sentido, estamos impulsando un proyecto para el establecimiento de biodigestores con pequeños productores de leche y cerdo para reducir las emisiones de metano, pero también la contaminación y generación de nitratos y fosfatos que degradan nuestros cuerpos de agua y afectan la conservación de la biodiversidad, y además permitir la generación de energía con biogás. Todas estas acciones nos permiten mejorar los sistemas de producción agrícola, forestal y pecuaria con modelos más sostenibles y ambientalmente más amigables. Finalmente, quiero resaltar que en días pasados el gobernador Enrique Alfaro anunció el compromiso de Jalisco para ser parte formal de la campaña Race to Zero, y para ello, en estos meses, adelantamos su presupuesto de carbono y las rutas estatales de descarbonización, un proceso finalizado para el sector eléctrico y con un gran avance para los demás sectores. No cabe duda que los gobiernos subnacionales, estatales, regionales y locales somos un actor clave para alcanzar las ambiciones climáticas, y no solo eso, sino también contribuir a que esta lucha contra el clima sea un crecimiento económico más justo y equitativo y disminuya la pobreza y la inequidad en el planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and very excited to hear about deforestation-free tequila personally, so catch up with you on that afterwards. Yeah, we can do a tasting maybe or something like that. And now we're going to finish off this panel by turning to Minister Quernes from the Brittany government, which now has a biodiversity strategy setting out the steps needed to improve nature locally. Minister, how's Brittany addressing deforestation and land use as part of your plans?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michael Quernes. I'm First Vice President of Brittany Region. I'm in charge of climate action and strand possession. And before, during 50 years, I'm in charge of agriculture for Brittany Council. I'm delighted to be here today at the General Assembly for the Under2 Coalition. I want to once again, on the behalf of my President Loic Chenegera, thank our Scottish Stately friends for their warm welcome for the COP. Today, I would like to talk about our efforts to decarbonize agriculture in Brittany. You might know that Brittany is the biggest producer of pork, chicken, milk, and beef. We have one big ambition. We want to be the region of agroecology transition in Europe, and what we call Bien Manger, our regional farm to fork strategy. Agriculture has been and still is one of the driving force of our economy since the end of the World War II, and represent with the agri-food industry almost 150,000 jobs. But agriculture also represents a very important part of Brittany GHG, almost 35% of our carbon footprint and are linked to agriculture. If we want to achieve net zero emission by 2050, we must reduce this carbon footprint. We decided to tackle this challenge during our regional COP, the Brace COP, in 2019. But we must do it in a fair way, helping the farmers for a just transition. With farmers' representatives, we have decided altogether to build scenarios to cut half part of the sector GHG by 2050. It has been very important for us to involve all agriculture stakeholders of the sector from the process beginning to ensure that we share the same roadmap. We share the aims we want to achieve. We share the tools we want to use. This is an ongoing process in Brittany, and we will achieve this study by 2022. We'll be happy to share the results with our other coalition members, especially those who are facing the same challenge, reducing the agriculture sector carbon footprint. Brittany farmers have been aware of the problem of climate change for almost a decade now. There is in first line facing the consequences of climate change. Indeed, Brittany is suffering from doubts more often than before, but they are also aware that they are part of the solution. For example, Brittany farmers' representatives are involved in an inter cross-border channel project named ABC, Agriculture Bas Carbone, Low Carbon Agriculture. This project has been approved in March, but unfortunately, this European program will disappear with Brexit. Beside the study case, we have another issue. All of the farmers are retiring in the next 10 years in Brittany. It's a big challenge, but also an opportunity because we can help young farmers to settle promoting agroecological practice. Unfortunately, in 2023, the French government is taking away our main financial tool, is taking our money back. That is the say of the CAP funds. Just to remember, Brittany region is the managing authority of the second pillar since 2024. It's a paradox because we all know the local authorities are a big part of the solution for climate change mitigation. But this means decentralization or devolution is still a political fight. That's why it's very important for us to be part of the Under2 coalition. Our local authorities union today of the COP is one of the answers.
Thank you, Minister Kernes. And thank you again to all of our panel for sharing these experiences with us. It's really good to hear and to learn from one another, and look forward to hearing more of your experiences and your progress in the months to come. So please join me again in thanking them and all the speakers we've heard so far this afternoon. And we're now going to hand over to my colleague, Libby Ferguson, to lead the next panel on methane. our panel who are going to talk about reducing methane emissions in the climate decade, or methane if for our North American colleagues. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Libby.
Thank you, Helen. And my name is Libby Ferguson. I'm Director of Policy for the Climate Group. And it is an absolute pleasure to be leading this short session on short-lived climate pollutants, and in particular, methane emissions. We're a little bit behind time, so I think we're going to try and catch it up, but we've got a very clear message, so I think we can do this. Just at lunchtime, the Under2 Coalition, together with the US Climate Alliance and C40, launched a series of 2030 actions that you are all taking to reduce emissions over the next decade. And methane is definitely one of those climate pollutants that we need to really focus on in this upcoming decade. So with that, I'll just introduce our two speakers. Sarah Laddislaw, who's Managing Director of the US program at the Rocky Mountain Institute, and a very good friend of ours, Mary Nichols, who's former chair of the California Air Resources Board and is now on the board of the Climate Registry and Carbon Mapper. Please give them a very warm welcome. Firstly, I think we'll turn to you, Sarah, and just ask you to talk a little bit about why methane should be prioritized in climate action plans, and a little bit more about the impact of methane on global warming.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I do have to say, you know, after attending a lot of different events this week, how inspiring it is to be with all of you and to hear about the amazing work that's being done at the subnational level. It's also a personal privilege of mine to share a stage with Mary Nichols, who, you know, I've been doing this for 20 years, single-handedly one of the most influential figures in showing us that subnational activity can really catalyze what other states are doing and also drive the federal government. So it's a real personal privilege. I'm also very happy to be here today to bring you the good news of the methane opportunity. You know, for all of us who are working on the front lines of this issue and want to know how we can make progress even faster, methane is a really important part of that story, and we are finally positioned to do it in a very big and influential way. So I'll just say three things. One, that methane is a huge lever. Two, we know how to pull it. And three, now is the moment. And all of you have an extremely vital role to play in making sure that we actually take that opportunity. So why is methane so important? Well, it is responsible for over half of the warming that we have experienced to date. It is tens of times more powerful than CO2. Yes, it is a short-lived climate forcer, but it is extremely powerful for the time that it is in the atmosphere. And we know that reducing that methane is critically important to being able to not only achieve our eventual targets, but really buy ourselves time to be able to meet those targets by trying to reduce emissions even earlier. We know that it also contributes to really important in all different communities, things like premature deaths and asthma or other breathing related issues. It has economic effects and crop yield effects in and around local communities. So for many, many different reasons, methane is an important area of focus that for a long time, you know, just hasn't seemed as sexy as CO2. It hasn't seemed like the thing that we need to focus on, but there are real benefits to be had by focusing on it. And so what does that mean? Well, we know where methane emissions are coming from, right? 50% of global methane emissions are human-induced. About 35% of those come from the production, distribution, and processing of fossil fuel resources, coal, oil and gas, oil and natural gas. About 40% of it comes from the agriculture and land use areas, things we just heard about on the last panel, including manufacturing, manure and rice cultivation. And then finally, waste, including landfills and wastewater for about 20%. So we know where the 50% of human-induced methane emissions are coming from. We also know that if we are to reduce those methane emissions, 45% by 2030, we can avoid 0.3% or 0.3 degrees of global warming in the 2040 to 2050 timeframe. That's a huge amount of avoided warming that we have at our disposal to be able to achieve within the next decade. We also know that those methane emissions are by and large affordable, right? The majority, 50 to 60% of them, are either negative in terms of their cost implications, or they're relatively low cost. And we know a huge number of that is actually in the oil and gas space, which is why RMI is spending a lot of time trying to make sure, working with Carbon Mapper and others, to make sure that you can see those emissions so that you know where they're coming from, and we can have cost-effective ways, both at the city, state, federal level, but also at the corporate level, of trying to make sure that we can capture those emissions or reduce them where there's an opportunity to do so. So why is this the methane moment? Well, I think many of you have heard early over the week that we have a global methane pledge. And the pledge, it includes now over 105 different countries. That's a pretty large number of countries, representing 70% of the global GDP and about half of global emissions, methane emissions. And they've all committed to reducing methane emissions 30% below 2020 levels by 2030. It's a huge commitment. It's an important commitment. And there's a lot of resources that are being put in place to help make sure that all of the communities that have signed up to this pledge have the resources and the wherewithal to be able to reduce those emissions. So not only have those countries agreed to trying to reach that methane emission reduction target, but also to put in place sort of the best practices for measuring and monitoring methane in the places where they are, because you can't measure, you can't manage what you don't measure. And so there's an enormous opportunity at present that is backed by federal governments at this point to try and reduce these methane emissions in a time span that is extremely relevant to the ambition and the 2030 targets that we're hearing so much about this week. And I think it's really important to note that everybody has a role to play in being able to make sure that the governments that have signed up to this pledge at the federal level are able to deliver. And this is where all of you come in. So I'm going to stop there and ask Mary to talk about her experiences. Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for being here. My comments sort of bracket Sarah's. I'm not going to give you a bunch of numbers about percentages, for the simple reason that although the numbers are enormous, they're not as precise as they probably need to be to do really effective regulation. We live in a world, as you say, where you don't measure, you don't monitor what you can't measure, and we can measure, but we're not doing it very well. And that's partly because the sources are elusive, and because the techniques for monitoring have been only recently really developed to a degree of accuracy that's useful for regulatory purposes. So the organization that you mentioned earlier, Carbon Mapper, I have this lovely brochure. They have a website called carbonmapper.org, and they also have an absolutely beautiful video which you can find on YouTube, and which also our hosts here are going to make available to all the people who signed up for this conference. So let me just sort of re-emphasize a couple of points here. First of all, methane, although it's short-lived, is fast-acting. It moves quickly and it creates warming quickly, and so controlling it gives us a handle on the problem of the buildup of emissions of CO2 in the atmosphere before we can get around to doing a lot of the harder things that take more time and cost more money, maybe more politically controversial. Methane is coming from leaks. It's coming from agriculture, as we said. It's coming from oil and gas operations. It's coming from landfills. In California, we recognized, and our legislature recognized, the issue quite early, and created a mandate for action on short-lived climate pollutants. And we've done things like giving huge amounts of money, lending large amounts of money, and in some cases making grants for projects such as digesters to be used on dairies that capture methane, which is also associated with water pollution and air pollution, as you indicated, as well as global warming. And so it's a problem to be managed. And when farmers, dairy farmers in this case, are able to use digesters to collect the waste, they end up with usable water and with a condensed fuel that's a biofuel at the same time. So it's all good, but getting there and matching up the money and the interest and the people who are the emitters to actually get the controls in place is a time-consuming and difficult communications problem in many cases. So having people like those who are here from a variety of different jurisdictions with different mixes of solutions and problems is going to be enormously valuable to this effort, I think. And the Carbon Mapper program, which is a nonprofit consortium of entities, which includes RMI and the state of California and a number of other entities, public and private, has been putting together funds and science and expertise to do the satellite mapping that will enable us to identify the largest, richest targets of opportunity that we can go after quickly. So the goal here for this infomercial is to tell you that we are available to work with you to try to help figure out how we can make this project as useful as possible to entities that decide they want to figure out where the landfills are that are leaking and where the oil and gas operations of the many that are out there are the ones that actually have the most emissions that we can profitably, industry can profitably control. There's a mix of possibilities, but one of the things that has emerged, I think, in the last year or so is an interest on the part of global philanthropies, the investors. And increasingly, I think also will be apparent in the private investment world as well, that these are projects that there can be funding made available for that can benefit the global south even more than the global north, and create a model for the kind of equitable advancement for everybody's interest that's what we most need to see. So I am hoping that all of you will take advantage of the opportunity to at least look at this and to speak with either your governments, if you're here with your governments, or with your colleagues from the NGO world in particular about this new emphasis on methane, because it's really coming to the fore, again, as you just heard, as an area of opportunity that has been quite overlooked in the last few years, and is a story that I think can provide us with some real optimism in the face of what sometimes seems to be, less optimistic news coming from events like this about how slow and in many cases in the wrong direction emissions are going. Here we can, I think, quickly capture and docket some real reductions if we can mobilize to move, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary and Sarah, for joining us. And I hope that was a really compelling case for getting more involved in our methane work. It's not just at the national level of government. There is lots of work happening at the state and regional and provincial level of government. At the Climate Group, we're certainly working to try and access some of that funding to support you. We've got these 2030 actions, so if you haven't looked at the 2030 actions and signed up to the methane commitments in that, please look seriously at those commitments. It's a really strong signal from state and regional and provincial governments. We've got resources, we've already started working on some of this, so there are some resources there to help you, and we're actively working with Mary and colleagues to explore the opportunity for pilot projects in some of our regions to really address this issue. So we will be sending further information. Please get in touch with the team, and we'd love to activate our network to focus on this issue a lot more. Thank you both. Please join me in thanking our two speakers.
Thank you so much to both of you and Libby. And finally, we're going to start our last session of the day. So I'll call the panel up for our final session. We'll tell you where to sit. Yes, they're going to come now. Something like that. Let's get everyone up. I think you're there, Kate. Yes. Yeah. That's great. Please join us here. Yeah. So I think that means that Rio de Janeiro. Great. Thanks, everyone. And for our last session of the day, we've set the stage with all the plans and actions from states and regions around the world to accelerate sectoral decarbonisation. And now we're going to discuss exactly how this is going to be made possible by talking about models of innovative finance. We've got a great set of speakers. We're going to go in a slightly different order for what I'm going to read out first, because the Portuguese translators have got to rush off to translate Portuguese elsewhere. So we're going to start with our Brazilian colleagues. But we have with us Secretary Mauro O'Dalmeida from Pará State, Kate Brown, the Governor of Oregon, Benoit Charette, the Minister of the Environment and the Fight Against Climate Change from Quebec, Miyuki Yashida, Secretary of Environment and Water Resources and Tocantins, Doreen Harris, the President and CEO of New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, and Thiago Pampola, the Secretary of Environment and Sustainability from Rio de Janeiro. So welcome to all of you. And we'll start with those, let's start with Brazil and Secretary Almeida of Pará. Brazilian states and other Latin American states and regions will clearly need access to finance to achieve decarbonisation goals and reduce rates of deforestation. So we'd love to hear more about the East Amazon Fund, Pará Bio, and the financing ecosystem that you're designing in the state of Pará.
Obrigado, Ellen, pelo convite. Obrigado ao Climate Group Under2 pelo convite de estarmos aqui e também pela adesão à plataforma Race2Zero. O Estado do Pará, ele tem utilizado muitos recursos naturais, mas não tem produzido riqueza nos padrões nem mundiais, nem brasileiros. Para cada tonelada de carbono que se utiliza de recurso natural no mundo, se produz uma riqueza de 2.362 dólares. No Brasil, para cada tonelada de carbono utilizado por recursos naturais, se produz uma riqueza de 937 dólares. No Pará, para cada tonelada de carbono que nós utilizamos de recursos naturais, apenas 137 dólares são produzidos de riqueza. Portanto, nós estamos utilizando os nossos recursos naturais, mas não estamos gerando riqueza, muito embora em algumas atividades, como a mineração, por exemplo, nós somos 20% do PIB brasileiro nessa atividade. Então, o que nós precisamos fazer? Primeiro, transformar a utilização dos recursos naturais em riqueza. Depois, tornar mais eficiente a utilização desses recursos naturais. Para tanto, nós temos feito, nos últimos anos, a criação da política estadual de mudanças do clima no ano passado, aliás, em 2019, o Programa Amazônia Agora, que inclui um eixo de estratégia de desenvolvimento de diminuição de emissões de gases de efeito estufa, mas também de restauração florestal. Nós, enquanto Estado subnacional, somos o segundo estado de maior dimensão do Brasil e o segundo estado que também tem maior número de florestas preservadas no Brasil. Mas temos 8 milhões de pessoas vivendo naquele estado e um estado com dimensões continentais, onde cabe cerca de 5 países da Europa em conjunto dentro do estado. Diferentemente da Europa, nós não temos um fluxo de transporte adequado, nós não temos estradas adequadas, não temos ferrovias, não somos servidos por malha ferroviária e, portanto, precisamos, ao mesmo tempo, garantir o mínimo existencial para a população e preservar o meio ambiente. Mas, enquanto houver essa disputa entre o baixo desenvolvimento humano da população e a preservação ambiental, o meio ambiente vai perder. Nós precisamos, então, mudar a chave não só da utilização dos recursos naturais, mas da própria economia do Estado e, para que não dizer, do Brasil. Para isso, nós estamos fazendo, primeiro, vontade política é preciso. Nós temos essa vontade política. Segundo, formar um arcabouço legal e jurídico que possa dar segurança para aquele que quer investir no Estado do Pará. Terceiro, ter clareza daquilo que nós queremos e transparência daquilo do que nós fazemos. Quarto, ser factível aquilo que a gente se propõe. Portanto, eu alerto, não só como alertei para a plataforma LIF que ser criada, mas também para esta plataforma Race2Zero. Os desafios e as metas são ambiciosas e como chamamos em Jogos Olímpicos, o sarrafo está muito alto. Nós precisamos de apoio não só financeiro, mas também de recursos humanos, de capacitação em projetos e facilitar a execução também da execução das normas jurídicas que são necessárias para facilitar o fluxo de investimentos que possam carrear para os estados. No Pará também, nós formamos o que a gente chama de Fundo da Amazônia Oriental, a partir da dificuldade que se teve do Brasil de negociar, de articular com doadores internacionais, como a Noruega, a Alemanha e o Reino Unido, historicamente, que investiam no Fundo Amazônia, o Estado do Pará criou uma plataforma financeira chamada Fundo Amazônia Oriental, que prevê que seja um hub de recebimento de recursos para a implementação de políticas públicas, sobretudo a bioeconomia, que é um dos elementos que por meio da floresta, nós podemos dar escala à nossa economia e fazer com que as pessoas saiam da ilegalidade, do garimpo ilegal, do desmatamento, da pecuária não intensiva e venham para atividades legais. Também criamos um fundo garantidor para a bioeconomia. O Banco Estatal do Estado do Pará, a cada recurso que um doador colocar no fundo, o Estado do Pará dará 10 vezes esse valor de cada real, que é a moeda nacional, que for colocado neste fundo, o Estado do Pará dará R$10 em contrapartida, formando e incentivando a bioeconomia no Estado do Pará. Com tudo isso, nós queremos chegar a um teto de desmatamento em 2030
de até 1.538 quilômetros quadrados. No ano passado, o desmatamento no estado do Pará foi cerca de 5.000 quilômetros quadrados. Atenção, nós queremos reduzir a 1/5 isto em 2030 e queremos reduzir a mais de 1/5 em 2035, chegando a 1.392 quilômetros quadrados, também fazendo em paralelo uma restauração de 5.600.000 hectares até 2030 e 7.400.000 hectares até 2035, quando nós chegaremos em net zero para o manejo de uso do solo e da floresta. Os outros restantes, que envolvem indústria, serviços, mas que não é o forte do Pará, nós então chegaremos até 2050, alcançando a média de net zero prevista tanto nessa iniciativa como em outras que estão surgindo até agora. Portanto, além desse alerta de investimento, eu quero dizer que não só o Estado, mas também a Amazônia Legal está se preparando para receber um fluxo de financiamento, mas que precisamos de apoio ainda para projetos, capacitação de recursos humanos e, sobretudo, execuibilidade daquilo que estamos nos propondo do ponto de vista jurídico e factual. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade.
Thank you so much. And now we turn to Secretary Yoshida from Tocantins, one of 11 Brazilian states that is covered in part by vital cerrado habitat. Secretary Yoshida, how can we realistically monetize habitat so that it's in people's interests to preserve rather than destroy them?
Boa tarde. Agradecer também ao Under2 pelo convite e dizer que é um orgulho estar com um grupo tão grandioso. E o estado do Tocantins é um estado novo, né? Um estado que tem 33 anos e é um estado grande com 139 municípios, né? Hoje, o estado é essencialmente agrícola. Temos grandes produções de soja, grandes produções de gado, grandes produções de floresta. Mas, contudo, nós temos um trabalho grandioso, com muita vontade do Estado, no compromisso de reduzir as nossas emissões de gases, e fizemos duas estratégias. Temos a estratégia Tocantins Competitivo e Sustentável, que é um programa que é assim, direcionado pelas ODS, pelas 17 ODS. Trabalhamos o socioambiental, o econômico e também a infraestrutura. E também junto tem o PPCDIF, que é o programa, que é o Plano de Prevenção de Desmatamento e de Incêndios Florestais. Com isso também com mais 4 eixos, que é, né, o de monitoramento, comando e controle e combate, né? Por ser o estado novo, é natural que nós tenhamos, né, a dificuldade de valores para que a gente possa implementar tudo isso. Contudo, é um estado novo e pequeno ainda, que é fácil de a gente trabalhar e manter, não é? Essa situação de a gente ter as nossas metas cumpridas nesse tempo que a gente colocou. Por isso nós temos também bastante índio, quilombola, temos muita água. O estado do Tocantins hoje talvez seja o estado que tenha o maior recurso hídrico, porque nós temos 10% da água doce do estado do país. De 12%, 10% é estado do Tocantins. Temos várias hidrelétricas, vários lagos prontos, e nessa situação pretendemos fazer o nosso trabalho, que seria a aquicultura, a piscicultura, tá? Que daria para fazer até grande porte de produção, mas sem desmatamento nenhum. Ocuparia as áreas, não é que já tem pronta. A outra situação, nós trabalhamos dentro do estado 72 unidades da agricultura de baixo carbono. Temos a agricultura ABC de corte, a ABC de leite, estamos entrando com o soja sustentável e mais um outro grande programa, que é a integração da lavoura, pecuária, floresta. Então, com tudo isso, a intenção, né, e a vontade do Estado é bastante grande em fazer com que a gente permaneça daqui os 20 anos que a gente tem, né, na projeção do nosso trabalho, de chegar a zero, né, as nossas emissões de gases. Obrigada. Eu queria lembrar também, né, que o estado do Tocantins, ele foi habilitado no CONARED para os pagamentos, nossos pagamentos de resultados. Tá. Obrigada.
Thank you so much. And then for our final trip to Brazil, we are joined today by Secretary Tiago Pampola from Rio de Janeiro, the city that hosted the first ever Earth Summit in 1992 and so launched global efforts to work together constructively on the issue of climate change. Secretary Pampola.
Muito boa tarde a todas e todos. Queria agradecer muito o convite da coalizão, o convite da Ellen, a todos os presentes, governadores e todos os que almejam, como nós do Rio de Janeiro, soluções para a emergência climática que nos impõe. O estado do Rio de Janeiro é um estado que tem 17 milhões em sua população, um estado que tem a sua economia baseada na energia do petróleo e no gás natural. É um estado que tem seu remanescente principal, o bioma Mata Atlântica, e é o bem precioso que nós precisamos buscar formas de proteger, um hotspot importante da biodiversidade mundial, é o berço da biodiversidade que precisa ser protegido. Os eventos extremos nos colocam em situações adversas pelos efeitos do aquecimento global e pelo desordenamento urbano, mas a gente está implementando políticas ambientais estruturantes para que a gente consiga encontrar o caminho de atingir as nossas metas. Programas como o Florestas do Amanhã, que já está pactuado um compromisso com recursos e contratos assinados para plantar 5.500 hectares de Mata Atlântica no estado do Rio de Janeiro, com potencial de crescimento exponencial. O Conexão Mata Atlântica, com pagamentos por serviços ambientais, que nós já estamos apoiando os nossos proprietários rurais, né, a proteger e recompor as suas reservas legais, proteger as nossas nascentes e as faixas marginais de proteção, né, proteger nossos corpos hídricos. E é uma política muito importante do Estado, porque está desenvolvendo uma agricultura de baixo carbono, apoiando com inovação e tecnologia, né, a nossa atividade agrícola. Ações como o ICMS ecológico, que é um tributo estadual nosso, que a gente compartilha parte desse tributo com os municípios, desenvolvendo critérios de qualidade ambiental, de eficiência ambiental, de gestão ambiental dos municípios, onde a gente faz uma pontuação, um ranking entre os municípios que melhor pontuar vão receber um percentual maior desse tributo. E isso representa um estímulo para que os municípios aprimorem a sua eficiência de gestão ambiental e, através dessa ferramenta, coloquem recursos efetivos dentro dos seus fundos ambientais municipais e possam estabelecer um ciclo virtuoso de políticas públicas ambientais e fazer uma grande coalizão na defesa da nossa Mata Atlântica. Outra questão importante que a gente precisa colocar é que o Estado do Rio de Janeiro está desenvolvendo nesse momento a maior política socioambiental do país, no momento em que estabelece a concessão dos serviços de saneamento, que a gente consegue entregar água em qualidade e em quantidade para a população e tratar efetivamente o esgoto. A gente precisa enfrentar essa problemática e o Estado do Rio de Janeiro já iniciou esse trabalho através do maior leilão nacional e colocamos em caixa um investimento na ordem de 24 bilhões de reais, o que representa 200 milhões de dólares para aplicar em iniciativas como universalização dos serviços de saneamento básico e despoluição dos corpos hídricos, a título de exemplo, a Baía de Guanabara. Isso tem um impacto estratégico na captação de carbono, de metano, e contribui de forma efetiva com a nossa missão, que é reduzir as emissões. Por fim, dizer que nós temos uma política muito importante, que somos o Estado pioneiro e que eu acredito que é a tendência nacional e mundial de fazer a vinculação da emissão de licenças ambientais de determinados setores para que eles façam os inventários de emissão e os planos de mitigação desses inventários. Então, a partir do momento que a gente tem esse plano de mitigação, a gente consegue emitir as licenças e cobrar efetivamente uma compensação que traga retorno para a política ambiental. É mais uma forma de monetizar as nossas políticas. Nós temos alguns marcos legais em setores mais desafiadores para o Estado do Rio de Janeiro, que é na questão energética. Como eu falei, um Estado baseado na economia do petróleo e do gás natural, e então nós estamos incentivando, estimulando novos investimentos em energias renováveis a partir do momento em que a gente zera a incidência de tributação na energia solar. Então, a gente acredita que com essa política nós vamos fazer aí um incremento de energia renovável no Estado, com a possibilidade também, através de um projeto de lei que nós já estamos encaminhando para a Assembleia Legislativa local nossa, numa política de desenvolvimento florestal, onde, através da silvicultura, a gente pode captar carbono e estabelecer desenvolvimento com geração de empregos verdes, e fazer com que todo esse ciclo se componha de forma harmoniosa, preservando as nossas matas nativas, mas recompondo áreas degradadas através dessa política de desenvolvimento florestal. Por fim, não queria me alongar, agradecer a todos e convidar a coalizão Under2, a todos os senhores e senhoras presentes para participar conosco da Rio +30, um evento que nós vamos receber no Estado do Rio de Janeiro no ano que vem. Meu muito obrigado, uma boa tarde a todos.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our Portuguese translators for hanging on, and it was really good that we could hear our speakers talking about what's going on in Brazil, for those of us who don't speak Portuguese. And I now want to ask Governor Kate Brown of Oregon to give a sense of how Oregon's approaching financing to decarbonize the economy.
Thank you so much, and I'm totally honored and delighted to be here with my colleagues this afternoon. For Oregon, climate change is like a hammer hitting us in the head. The last year we've had fires so bad the smoke reached the other side of the country, New York, and created their own weather patterns. We've had ice storms that cut 1 million people off of power, and this summer we had a heat dome event. 3 days of consecutive heat at 116 degrees, 46 degrees Celsius. So we are working urgently and efficiently to tackle climate change. We believe very strongly in Oregon that we can both tackle climate change and address the needs of our economy at the same time. But the work we are focused on right now is making sure that our communities that are already being disproportionately impacted by climate change, our communities of color, our low-income communities, and our rural communities are not further impacted by climate change. So we are centering the voices of our Black, our Brown, and our Indigenous communities at the forefront of our climate change work, and working with them in coalition through community-based organizations, individuals, and elected officials to center their voices in our work. And we have a number of policies over the years that we have developed that I hope work to lessen the impacts of both climate change and to make sure that as we transition to clean, green power, and our goal in Oregon is 100% by 2040, that we bring all of our people along and that they all see the benefits of this work. So let me just share a couple of the policies that we have implemented. One of these is actually rather old. In the late 1990s, we passed a bill that requires a small charge on ratepayers of our two largest utilities. This small charge has led to millions of dollars in investments in weatherization for our low-income families. It's a win-win-win. It's a win for the families because they can, their energy costs are lower, and frankly, it's a win for the environment, and that's been a very useful tool. Most recently, or more recently, we passed legislation to ensure access to electrical vehicle rebates. The first bill was passed in 2017, but our more recent version of the bill gives access to tax credits for both new and used electric vehicles, up to $7,500. So it's a significant rebate. I don't think we can stop there. As we are building affordable housing throughout the state of Oregon, we have to make sure that the EV technology is implemented at the same time we're building housing for vulnerable families and children. A couple other areas that have been incredibly important. We right now, as we move to 100% clean, emissions-free electricity, we are working to ensure that our public utilities commissions, they now have the tools to help bring down the cost of transition for our most vulnerable Oregonians. And at the same time, we have created a grant funding program to ensure that we are reducing emissions as well as improving air quality, particularly in environmental justice communities that have been disproportionately impacted. Many of our clean energy programs are designed with equity at the forefront, and we will continue this work both with urgency and as quickly as we can, as well as making sure we're doing everything we can as we move towards 100% clean by 2040. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Governor Brown. And now we're going to hear from Minister Charette from Quebec, a leader in low-carbon transport, which in September announced it would join 16 US states as part of a multi-state zero-emission vehicle task force to continue developing zero-emission trucks and buses. Minister Charette.
Merci beaucoup. Un plaisir d'être avec vous cet après-midi. Merci pour la thématique retenue. So thank you. Thank you. And when it comes to financing, I believe that all governments today should be looking to at least putting a minimum price on carbon and using these revenue sources to accelerate the decarbonization of our economies. Like Quebec, several members of this coalition have adopted such a carbon pricing mechanism, and our economies are doing well, even very well, and this movement needs to continue. Carbon pricing is one of the world's most recognized tools for encouraging greenhouse gas emission reductions in all emitting sectors. It also provides a source of funding. In Quebec, most financing for the fight against climate change is achieved through our carbon market, which has been linked to California since 2014. All revenues is reinvested in the economy implementation of measures contained in our plan for green economy. The plan will help to attain Quebec's 2030 greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, a reduction of 37.5% compared to 1990 levels, and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. These government measures create a climate that is conducive, I don't know how to pronounce this word in English, I guess conducive, is it? Conducive?
Oh, conducive.
Well, thank you to my New York colleague for this pronunciation lesson, to long-term private sector investments in low-carbon technology. As a result, they provide favorable conditions for the emergence of new sustainable economic development sectors. Quebec's transportation electrification sector is a good example of this. Several companies specializing yeah, thank you. In this field have emerged over the past decade thanks to support from our government. We are starting to see electric ambulances, electric school and city buses, and electric garbage collection trucks. In short, plenty of innovation. These innovative Quebec companies are now exporting their clean technologies throughout North America and will soon be doing so around the world. Apart from cars, Quebec currently manufactures just about everything related to electric ground transportation. Scooters, delivery trucks, bicycle, motorcycle, buses, train, snowmobiles, and even batteries. And the entire industry creates a quality job. Pricing carbon is therefore one of the cornerstones of our climate roadmap for achieving carbon neutrality for 2050. It is for this reason that this week, Quebec and Chile, which co-chair the carbon pricing in the Americas platform, are asking all their partners in the Americas to show their support for the implementation of carbon pricing by endorsing the Glasgow Declaration. I would already like to thank the governments of Canada, of Chile, of Panama, of Paraguay, of Dominican Republic, the states of Jalisco, Yucatan, Sonora, and California, as well as British Columbia and Nova Scotia, which have recently confirmed their support for the declaration. I urge all our other partners in the Americas to do likewise. Revenue from carbon pricing also makes it possible to financially support the most vulnerable countries in their fight against the impact of climate change. Just recently, during this COP, the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, confirmed a contribution of $10 million by Quebec to the Adaptation Fund. This more than triples Quebec's previous contribution. Quebec also contributes to the Under2 Coalition's Future Fund. Our contribution initiatives are likewise evident in our international climate cooperation program. Through the program, Quebec supports the efforts of French-speaking countries in Africa and the Caribbean that are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change to help them strengthen their adaptation capacity and limit their greenhouse gas emission. And lastly, winning the fight against climate change also requires awareness and active involvement of the financial sector, which most withdraw its assets from activities that are harmful for the environment. And this global movement is well underway. In Quebec, our major fund managers have mobilized on this issue. Last September, the Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec, which holds nearly $390 billion in net assets, committed to liquidating its asset in the oil sector by 2022 and tripling its investment in green assets. Another of our institutions, the Desjardins Cooperative Group, which holds $362 billion in assets, hopes to achieve carbon neutrality in its procurement, financing, and investment activities pertaining to energy, transportation, and real estate by 2040. Investissement Québec, a Quebec Crown corporation whose mission is to contribute to Quebec's economic development, has also decided to designate a portion of its fund to clean technologies and has revised the investment policy of its fund devoted to energy and natural resources in order to foster the energy transition. And financing and investment are crucial to the fight against climate change, and it's important for some national governments to use all levels at their disposal to channel this financing into decarbonizing decarbonizing our economies. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Minister Charette. And finally, I'd like to turn to Doreen Harris, President and CEO of the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. New York State received a lot of media coverage last month about its refusal of an expanded gas power plant, citing climate change concerns. Doreen, can climate protection and economic growth go hand in hand?
Well, thank you, Helen. It's a pleasure to be with everyone today, and you did far better with the English than I would with the French. So
If you need help in French, I'm there.
anytime. No, it's a pleasure to be here, and certainly we in New York are advancing equally ambitious climate ambitions on behalf of Governor Hochul. But in doing so, it is absolutely true that we ourselves are not the only catalyst for the investments that we seek. And that's really the key, and I think the key to this panel is that we are investing, we are advancing, we are regulating to realize the goals in New York under our Climate Act, but in reality, we cannot do it alone. We certainly need people like this in the room and around the world, but also the private markets to step in, to fill the gaps, to bring the scale and the investments that we need. So when I think about what we do in New York State, we invest our public monies and we regulate to realize our goals, but we do so with a lens of leveraging others' capital to achieve the objectives that we seek. We typically see investments on the order of 3-to-1 ratios, private to public investment ratios for those renewable projects that we are advancing. And we see huge investments by the private sector, not only in those projects, but in the supply chain to support them. And so when we think about decarbonizing our economy in New York State, the 10th largest economy in the world, it is through that lens that we think about decarbonizing buildings, transportation, waste, industry, and beyond. It's really taking our money and investing it wisely to achieve that maximum leverage. A couple of tools beyond our policy instruments and our procurements at the state and specifically at NYSERDA, we really do look to undertakings like our New York Green Bank. It's a division of NYSERDA, and it is investing in these sectors to the tune of $1.6 billion to date. It's bringing forth these investments so to spur those private market investments that we know can come with that scale and that certainty. We also have established the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which of course was America's first program to use an innovative market-based cap to essentially cost-effectively reduce emissions that cause the climate to change. And then we turn around and use those investments for good. Not only the proceeds from the sale of the allowances, but also the reductions that we've seen as a result of RGGI. And in fact, emissions from power plants in New York State are down approximately 60% since 2005. So RGGI's a great example of how those market-based mechanisms can work. A last example I would provide is our Green Jobs, Green New York loan program, which provides low interest financing for energy efficiency and renewable energy for residential consumers across the state. Again, focusing on that leverage and that opportunity that can bring more benefits than even our dollars can realize. So we are collaboratively in New York, and I know beyond spurring these investments, realizing that future economy. And certainly it's going to take continued partnership of local, state, federal, global, private markets to realize our goals. So appreciate the opportunity to wrap up the panel, and thank you all for having me.
Thank you so much, Doreen, and thank you to all our speakers on this panel. And with that, the only thing I've got left to do is to wrap up today's General Assembly. So first of all, I want to thank all of you for joining, all the speakers and all the speakers we've had throughout the afternoon. I always enjoy this meeting. You get this kind of tour of the world and go from huge states like California and Pará, Brazil. Then we hear about the Isle of Man, and what we hear is that commonality of what everyone's working on and that level of ambition. Some of the challenges are similar, some are different. There's been a deal going on here about shared ambition between Oregon and Pará as we've been doing that. I'm very excited about that. You know, obviously, you know, it's sad to hear these stories around habitat loss and deforestation, but then hearing people's passion about solving that is great. And I think this is the sort of thing where what we want as a coalition is to learn from one another. None of us have to make this up, or someone does, but then the rest of us can copy. It's not a competition in that sense, it's a race together. And so it's just really good to hear these stories. And if you hear someone speaking and you say that we could learn from them, we can help put you in touch with them directly or joining some of our larger projects. With that, I've got one point of housekeeping, which is please give your handsets, headsets and lanyards back in on your way out. But let's have one more round of applause and thank you for everyone who's spoken this afternoon.